Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. How are you all doing? Welcome to episode 14 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I have more pieces of paper than you can ever imagine, but not the ones that I want. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is going to be... Dot, you are not logged into Roll20.
Oh, sorry. I'm staring at it, but yeah, right. You're right. You're totally right. I'm not logged in. I'm just staring at the launch game button.
I was like, yeah, you're...
I was like, I am so in Roll20.
But you're not, though.
I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Hey, Cyberpunk DMJ. Hey, everyone. So... we had a solo episode last week, and whenever we have solo episodes, people do things and they make choices, and those choices then stuff happens, and stuff is gonna happen today, everyone. So I'm so happy to have you here, and we're gonna do our first like our top of the show info. Top of the show info. This is a French Resistance campaign, and it is our wonderful mod Rissa has just put up the content warning because this is a World War II game and it is a little bit heavy, just so you know. And this is a show that is like very dear to my heart, and everyone who's a member of the cast works really hard. And so I would just like to say, if you would like to help us out, there are things you can do. And the first thing you can do is just be here and watch the show, either live or on VOD or on YouTube, whatever you like. You can also retweet that we are live, tell your friends so they can come and watch the show as well. You can follow the channel if you'd like. You can join us on the Discord and hang out on our channels dedicated to the show. You can also, if you'd like, give tips and bits, and those, if you do, I will read out your messages at the intermission and at the end. You can also join our Patreon. Our Patreon is to fund the show, specifically to pay for the cast, but not including me. And if we get $400 a month, then that means the entire cast is paid minimum wage. They're paid poorly, but the entire cast with me is paid at $400 a month. Currently, we're at $140 some dollars a month, and anything that is missing comes out of my pocket or from the tips and the bits. And so the cast is going to be paid no matter what. But if you want to help, then you can join us on Patreon to help the show. And when we have this is the episode before the penultimate episode. We don't have a lot left, so I think that's all of the other thing you can do. This is important. Sorry. Here's the other thing you can do. We have channel points, which we call extra credits. And for those channel points, if you want, you can donate to help the cast by giving them some support in the form of fate points. You can also sometimes support the communists, who are another resistance cell, by giving them fate points. And let's just go to our map screen for a moment and, just check out how we're at. We have everybody here. Everyone's got like one fate point except for Stiver and Fox, who have two because they have not taken another stunt. They want the fate points at the moment. And as a group, Bricktops has 2 group fate points. And we have donations of fate points from the crew, all of y'all, representing support from London, because this group are all supported by the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, which, basically fund resistance movements. And so we have, now where did I put it? Where did it go? It is right here. We have gotten support from London in the form of, here we go. Let me bring it up. So, Vive la Resistance, we have a fate point gifted from Hescape. Thank you, Hescape. I don't know why I'm thanking you. They should thank you, because you're the ones who are like...
Thank you.
I'm just saying. Also,
Thanks.
Void Smoker, who has done amazing fan art, has also...
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Void Smoker.
Amazing fan art. Is that fan art all in one place? I just wish we could just make a gallery.
It happens during the break screen. However, I will just check in with Void Smoker and also Origami Shuriken. But now that we have a web page that is not yet live, but it is all the players have seen it, but y'all haven't seen it yet. We're gonna have a space for the art on the web page as well. We have another. So then we have our third gift, Vive la Resistance from Krellin. Thank you, Krellin. So there's going to be a gallery of that art so y'all can see it. And then we also have Vive la Resistance from Crit Twitch. Thank you. Bringing up their total to 6 fate points because stuff happened last session, which, made it hard for them.
Great, Trooper. It was perfect.
It was.
Now I'm vacationing in the woods.
That's exactly what's happening. We also have a communist cell who some people, and I'm not going to name their names, but people are going to talk about it today, I think. The Red Tailors, led by Mother Courage, and they have 4 fate points, but they could use a little bit more considering what's happening. Your point came from Krellin, what conditions did your point come from?
Conditions.
I'm very interested. So there are 2 bits of support for the communists. One from Krellin, Vive la Révolution, and then also one from Coldrake, Vive la Révolution. And I'm going to tell you, they're probably going to need it today because...
Vive la Resistance cat.
Yeah.
I
highlight it's not allowed to be used by Regina to undermine the Red Tailors. All right, so there's one.
Well, the good news is there's 5 more. 5 more? There are 5 more that have commie names written all over them.
This is fair. So, but one has to be reserved.
Listen, chat, you're making this worse.
We're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see how this goes. So I feel like what we should do is introduce everyone and kick this off. So I would like everyone here, all at once, that's not true, just one at a time, to introduce who you are playing, and I would like to ask you this question. Oh, this is a really bad question. Bad question. Yeah, it's really bad. But it's the question that I want to know the answer to, so... Yeah, it's the question. Sometimes I ask questions like, hey, if you died... what would your last will and testament? Because that's a question that I feel like it's good for them to think about, and also it stresses them out, and I love that. But this is a question that I really want to know the answer to. And am I instigating when I ask this question?
You're always instigating, Trooper.
That's true. That is true. That's true.
It's like half your job.
That is half my job. That is fair. So here's the question I would like to know the answer to, if you would. Who are you? Tell us something about your character, who you're playing. And then if you might... why don't you tell us who you think the leader of this resistance cell is? How about that for a question? And why don't we start... Sorry,
you don't get to start with me.
No. I'm going to start... See, I normally start... I either go like alphabetical or reverse alphabetical, but I'm going to swap it up this time, and I'm going to start with Tango, who is, just for the record, we're going to start with Stiver, who plays Tango. And yeah, who are you? Who do you play? And who is the leader of this cell?
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is James Stiver. You can find me in all things social media by just, Googling it. Have you ever Googled anything? Do you live in today's age? You can just Google James Stiver. I mean, there's some shit there you probably don't want to hear or see, but it's fine. Also, if you hear some purring, it's because my lap cat is right here. And I don't normally like the cat here while I'm streaming because I feel like it's very unprofessional, but I haven't been home in a few days. So I want to make sure my cat feels loved. So please help me make my cat feel loved. Anyways, I play Tango. Tango. Oh, what do we say about Tango? See, Tango's what he feels like. He's a suave, debonair, just completely probably the most intelligent one in the group too. He probably feels that way. He is basically your Han Solo in this Nazi Germany occupied Paris resistance thing. Though I did see something in Discord where someone made him out to be Jar Jar Binks. I liked that one, but it was also, gonna be honest, not great for my self-esteem. So I saw that. I saw what you did there, but I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. No, but anyways, let's see. The leader of this group. Wait.
Point of order. I just need to point out that not only are you playing Tango, who's this Han Solo of the group, but you are playing the SOE trained member of the group who was airdropped into France by the SOE to lead this cell. Just noting it. Go on.
Yeah, I got some training. I'm here with a purpose, you know, even though it might have been against my will a bit. I might have been forced with jail time or being airdropped into Paris. Whatevs. You do what you got to do. You played a hand that you're dealt with, right? So that is Tango. The leader of this resistance, I feel like, hands down, it's got to be Regina, because I feel like everything flows through her. As in, Tango would like to be that leader, but he's more like a cheerleader and not like a leader, you know. But I think without her there's no direction, so that's where I'm going to go.
All right, then I am going to go next to Rocket Fox. Who are you playing, and who do you think the leader of this group is? Point of order, you also own the bar that is the headquarters of this cell. Go on.
Indeed. Hello, everyone. I'm Rocket Fox, and I am playing Sylvie, who is the jazz singer, lady, gal, lots of glitz, lots of glam. Also, yes, owns the bar currently that all of this fun is transpiring out of. The leader. It's hard to say. I was keeping a peeper on chat, and I think that who had said this? Was this Krellin? I think Krellin had said it in the way that I would actually say it. That Tango's leader on paper, Regina causes a lot to happen in action, has a lot of plans and stuff, and then Sylvie keeps kind of things from falling apart whenever, for example, Regina needs to take a break, or people need to calm down for a second, or because she has the being the owner of the bar and being everyone's technically employer, being able to throw that weight around, and which she has only done once or twice, being like, listen, if you want to keep a job here, you're going to go home and go to sleep right now. So I think in that capacity, but I think she, in that role, also knows that, Regina is the person who has plans, and stuff like that. And Tango is the person who has a lot of, contacts and stuff. And Oscar comes in being able to do everything. So, and apparently has an entire country on his ass. So,
he does.
So, I mean, I think to that end, it's a lot of team stuff, it's a lot of team stuff. And I think they really fill in a lot of holes where there ends up being a lot of spaces. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
What a nice answer. Let's go to Oscar. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And who do you think the leader of this cell is?
Hi, my name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I play Oscar Mueller, theater student turned German military turned Gestapo turned resistance fighter, who is the leader of this cell. The leader of anything is the one that dictates the course of events and challenges a group to follow a particular course of action. No one. Back to you, Trooper. Because no one's in charge of this right now.
Spicy. This is the best question for me right now. I love this. This is my most favorite thing ever. Dot, who are you? Who are you playing? And who do you think the leader of this cell is? And by the way, I agree with Courier. It's Charlie. But go on. That's my opinion.
Well, then Charlie can start taking bullets. Where was I? Oh yeah, I'm Dot. You can find me as Dot in all the places. And tonight I'm Regina, who is our kind of troubled German who is working for the resistance, probably just trying to really find herself again, in honesty. But she's working on it, and she has a bit of a wrath path that's happening right now. Partially because I actually agree with Greg. Part of the reason that Regina took all the actions she took last time is because she realized what Oscar just said, which is that we don't have anybody leading this cell. But in meta knowledge, Dot knows that Regina thinks that she is the leader, but in actuality, the only person she would take orders from is Sylvie. So the real question is Sylvie actually in her, like, past all of the meta knowledge? So yeah. That being said, Regina always lives in the shadows, but she stepped up last week. And clearly Troopers being transparent, and we can all see right through Regina. So
I
am a guilty face.
Me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
Oh, you did just, No.
But no, I'm actually really interested because everybody here has leadership qualities, but they all have this, like each one of the PCs has a very complicated relationship to leadership in ways that I think is really fascinating. And that every character has leadership qualities, has displayed them, but everyone has a slightly different relationship to hierarchy, being in charge, rather than being in the shadows, standing back. Like there's a lot of I do things that other people can't do, but that doesn't make you a good leader, right? Because you have to set yourself aside to do that. And like Oscar has it, like everybody does. I'm just really interested to see how that's going to work out.
Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Interested.
We got brains, we got heart from Sylvie, we got brawn from Oscar, and we got absolute spirit from Tango. We're like a perfect.
We're the whole package.
We're Captain Planet.
We are Captain Planet.
Yes.
By our powers combined.
Does that make me heart? Because I think.
No, Sylvie's heart. You're definitely spirit, man.
Okay,
you said
spirit.
Cheerleader.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tango's definitely a cheerleader. I'm definitely a cheerleader.
Yeah. So, and I am troopersjp, and I am your GM for this madness. And I have presents for everyone. I made a little list of presents. I don't know if you want them, but I have a list of presents for you all. So let us begin with some thoughts. It is as we start. Episode 14 of 16, y'all. That is where we are at. It is, we left off the week before last on Tuesday, August the 12th, 1941. And there was a terrible raid of the Carlingue, which is the French Gestapo. They raided the bar, and there was a lot of bloodshed, a lot of murder, and that happened like 2 or 3 in the morning. And when we left the week before last, the group basically spent hours sort of cleaning the blood of many bodies off of their floor, hiding things, clearing things up. They got a connection to one of their criminal contacts, the cleaners, and the cleaners came in and took those bodies away. And when we left the episode, the cleaners had left, and the crew was sort of basically still cleaning up, and it was now sort of like late morning. Hannah had come, the doctor, and sort of administered to people's wounds. And I think that what ended up happening, so you have this sort of moment, and to sort of wrap up how this sort of works, Regina went outside to I should tell you something as well, because you'll find it exciting, and by exciting you'll be very unhappy. It'll be good. Let me just get to the map page. I don't know if you all can notice this. There's a little clock that I've put on the play mat for you all that is a little bit full, and that ticks up when explosive violence happens in the city. And when it hits full, we'll just see what happens. That's all. That's all. So, Regina went outside up to the roof to work on the transformer that had been expertly destroyed by Oscar so that you all could get an advantage plunging the club into darkness. And she was up there for a bit, sort of working on it. Turns out that it actually needs... So it is 1941. You're in occupied Paris. Everything of value is being requisitioned by the Nazis. It is really hard to get the things that you need to fix that. Also, it's an old building, right? So it's going to take about a month to get all the things you need to sort of gather them and sit them all up. So she was working on it, doing the best she could. You still have no power in the bar. You do have, of course, you have battery-powered spotlights. You have things, but you have no power. And so she went up. She did that, and then she and Hannah basically went home. It was a long day. You all have not slept for like quite some time, and those two left, leaving you all in the bar to sort of clean up and to finish doing some of the work that you're all doing. And I would say we rise up our scene. I would say late afternoon. It's been a really long time of trying to get everything together. A renovation sign has been put up on the door, and I would say it's about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. However, the first thing that has to happen is I'd say it's about 3 in the afternoon. But the first thing that has to happen is we need to do our weekly threat. The weekly threat, and that is that empty bellies. You are in the midst of a lot of deprivation, and I need you all, Bricktops, to roll for me, if you do not mind, to deal with the fact that you all do not have a lot of you don't have goods, and I would need resources from you all at the difficulty of 2.
Who wants to roll this one?
Not it. I rolled 6 hours last Friday.
I'm just going to note that Tango is rolling for the group. Just noting it.
Rolling.
Okay.
That's a mediocre.
So you fail by 2.
Would you guys like to go ahead and...
I think I'd be down for that.
Okay.
Spend a
I
fate
think we're going
point?
to spend a fate point.
What's the justification?
Let me look at Bricktops.
I'll
I
give
want
you
to
your
say that, how about this? Playing both sides. I know it's a troubled aspect, but
It's
it can
fine.
also be that we're using some of our connections from the bad guys
Yeah.
to get some resources in. Because one of the
Absolutely.
things that could have happened is that someone said, hey, look, if you want your soldiers to be fed and have a good time, we got to have booze and some food. And
That's exactly right.
something.
Nice, yeah.
That's exactly right.
So that's why I just deleted that fate point out. That's why we're using it.
Did you delete whose fate point did you delete?
The group one.
Because I still see 6 on there, and there should be 5 now. So yeah,
Here, let me do that.
there you go. Boop. Perfect. Yes, and I think that it's one of those things. And side note, and I think I showed this to Dot, and I'm going to show all of you all later at some point in time. You just don't have it now, but you will. You will have it. I found there was a tourist guide that the German military created for German soldiers who are stationed in Paris, and they put one out every 2 weeks. And I found a library that has digitized all of them. So I have been downloading these guides to Paris for German soldiers from this moment, and I have the one from the week that you're currently in. And the week before, this is very exciting. Like, it's very exciting. It makes me think quite a lot about Bricktops. In the week before, there is a full-page ad for Bricktops Cafe, not the actual one, because Bricktop actually left Paris in real life and she shut down the club. But in our game, she has given it to Sylvie. But the address of the club is 66 Rue Pigalle. That is where the club is. And so the club that is the one that happened after Bricktop shut down, which was called, like, I don't know, some kind of like tropical name. There's a full page ad for that cabaret. So I just want you to know that this week, or last week technically, in the world that we're in, the guide that the soldiers have to sort of know what's interesting and happening in Paris has a full page ad for Bricktops Cafe Bricktops in it, right? So thinking about this is a cafe that is certainly a resistance cell, but it is a cafe that is on the main strip. It's got a famous singer. It is a nice place. People come here. Soldiers come here. They come here for tourist purposes, right? So this is a place that it is a place, and it was nice. I'm gonna put it up there for you. So it's about 3. What are you three doing right now? Hannah and Regina have left. They're sort of exhausted, and they've done a lot of work. And you 3 are still here. It's about 3. What do you all do?
About 3 in the morning?
3 in the afternoon. But you still have not slept.
Like, whoa, buddy.
No. But you have not slept from the night before and
okay.
all the gunfire.
Definitely sleep at some point. I mean, probably until exhaustion were to take, at some point in the morning, maybe even be getting up around 3.
I know you all haven't gone to sleep yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've all been here basically trying to clear out all the blood. It's just been like a nonstop bunch of.
I mean, I think
blood.
Sylvie, who still has a
bandaged
throat wound,
Yeah.
like probably has been cleaning as much as possible, and like at some point just kind of like sitting at the bar, like head down, just.
Right. So I'm gonna go over to Sylvie. I'm just gonna pat her on the back, and I'm gonna look over at Oscar and be like, I think I'm gonna take her home. Would you like to go home, Sylvie?
She's kind of like.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take her home. I don't know if I'm going to sleep or not. Are you going to sleep, my friend?
I believe that it is the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah.
He would find his shirt and start to get ready to leave himself.
And then you hear the key in the door. And the front door opens.
Sylvie kind of like.
And
Oscar would have his MP40 beneath the bar or something in one of its little hidden things.
And in walks at 3 o'clock, right when you should show up, Charlie, the bartender, because it is now a Tuesday, and on a Tuesday the bar is open in the evening, and so she's here at 3 to get the bar ready and to get everything sort of set up. And she walks in. What does she see?
She sees a scene, I think, where you look at 3 people who are exhausted, have seen a lot of stuff, and something has obviously gone wrong.
I'd say the bar is pretty clean though.
Yeah, the bar is clean.
Like we've done a good job.
But I think the thing that Charlie will probably see more than anything is probably, I imagine there's like a gauze or something around Sylvie's neck, and then it's like my hand on her back, that kind of thing. And I look at Charlie and I can just be like, Charlie, come here.
And just for the record, I'm just going to put it out there, and just in case people want to know, our team currently, every single one of them has a consequence, and Sylvie has 2. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. Oscar is haunted. Tango was shot in the bicep, so his arm is messed up.
I have a big old 1980s gauze that's just wrapped around, but looks really cool.
And Regina has a jacked up shoulder, which you'll find out about later. And Sylvie is both a person of interest for the prefect of police, Paris Police, and also has been shot in the throat. So
I'm going to talk to Charlie. I'm going to wave her over. I was like, shut the door. Come in.
What's with the renovation sign outside? And why the light's not on?
So a lot happened last night.
And she sees Sylvie, and she just stops looking or talking to him. She moves immediately to Sylvie. Honey,
Sylvie's okay.
What happened?
Sylvie's not going to be able to tell you what happened.
She turns back to you reluctantly. Because there's been some kind of a weird tension, right?
Yeah, we have weird tension. We have weird, like when exes meet, like exes of exes meet, and they're just like, oh, it's cool. No, we can totally hang out. And then you're just like, oh, really?
And it's been weirder recently. Like it's been weirder since Sylvie's solo episode, basically. Ever since then, there's been a bit of a weirdness between you two. She's like,
Charlie, she needs to get some rest. She was shot in the throat. Okay. We're good now. Oh, I got shot, by the way, in the bicep. Thank you. But she got shot in the throat. A lot of people got shot, really, when it comes down to it.
What happened? Do we have to leave?
No. We cleaned it up. I don't know what the fallback is going to be, but here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take Sylvie home. And I'm going to take a short nap, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to open this bar with you. Okay?
I'm going to note that there's no electricity.
We're under renovations. I forgot about that.
We have a big sign on
Sorry.
Which Charlie's holding. She's like, what is this?
Yeah. What is this? Yeah. We can't open up because of all the shooting.
I mean,
really?
Are we going to have Nazis coming down and breaking our doors in the next second? Like, what happened? What do you mean shooting? What happened? And where's the power? Why are the lights off?
Okay, well, Oscar can talk about that in a minute, but I will go ahead and answer the first thing. So, those people who are supposed to be like, I don't know, selling heroin for?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we shot them up real bad and they're real dead right now. Thankfully. Or not thankfully, because there's still Crazy Pete out there. He got away. There's a lot. I'm sure they're going to come back. But,
I don't understand how this happened. We were all good with them.
Were we good with them? Because they came in here last night and they demanded the ownership of the bar. Does that seem good to you? Does that seem like a fair trade?
No, that doesn't. Why would they do that?
We didn't get a chance to really dive into the question until the shooting started and all the murder was starting to happen.
It could potentially have something to do with them being criminals.
Also, I did shoot Crazy Pete in the face.
What?
Well,
does no one tell me anything?
Well, I'd like to sit down and talk, but we've had a lot of weirdness between us. I'm sorry. Is that too open and honest? I'm sorry. But it's been a trying day or week or life here in Paris. Okay?
What happened to the power? And are these people going to come back?
I am not an expert when it comes to power. Oscar, you both dance and understand electricity. Can you say what's what?
I shot the junction box and turned off the lights.
Regina's good with electronics. Has she fixed it?
I believe she's trying.
Does that mean the bar's not opening?
That's correct. I believe your employment is safe, though, if that's what you're concerned about.
No, I'm concerned about the fact that we need to earn money.
Some of that is taken care of just a bit, but we will need to open back up sometime soon. Okay?
She looks at Sylvie when she says this. We have an entire band's worth of musicians who rely on getting money from us. We have expenses. You all have expenses with all the things that you do. I think you know what I'm saying. Forged paperwork doesn't come cheap. All these things cost money. It costs money to get the food, to run this place, but also if you want to give food to other people, that costs money too. We've got people who work here, not just me or you all. I mean, we have kids. We've got like 5 kids from Poland who's them working here is one thing that's keeping them not being taken away for some kind of a thing. Luke has got his.
I think she has the idea, Charlie. I'm going to walk over. I'm going to get some paper and a pencil. I'm going to put it right in front of Sylvie.
Sylvie's going to kind of like push away a little bit, and then it's gonna be very quiet, but she's gonna push the paper away. I'm gonna take care of it.
Sylvie, you need money to do that. If you want to run the van, you need gas, and gas is super black market expensive. I mean, how are we supposed to?
We don't need to run the van to pay everyone while we're out of business.
I need to know.
Valuable stuff, and
you're not gonna sell your mother's jewelry.
I'm gonna take care of it. And then she kind of just starts walking toward the door.
Oscar would say in the direction of Sylvie, but I mean, obviously loud enough for everybody to hear. There are many ways to make money with the building. You don't have to be inside it. You could be atop it. You could have the band play. You could, in fact, there are people that are using the rooftops for picnics. There is always something to be done here in the City of Light.
That's true. That's true. And she looks up at the bar does not have windows like on the ground floor because it is a theater as well, right? Like it was originally built as a theater, and as well as a nightclub. But it does have because this is the building is not just one story. It's actually really quite tall. It has it's sort of like a 2-story building, but it's only like with just really tall ceilings. And at the very top, I think around the edges would be those sort of like very narrow sort of skylights, like that have like curtains, right? They've got like sort of blackout curtains so you can close them. But if you wanted to, like during night, they don't do anything anyway. But during the day, they're small. It makes the place look kind of like churches, how they have some kind of light coming in from like stained glass windows, but it's not super super bright. Like you could get that level of brightness in the bar during the day.
Yeah, it's like diffused.
Yeah. So you could that is a thing that could happen during the day if you were to open during the day. But like Charlie's clearly upset right now and is not thinking about that.
Actually, Oscar, do you mind taking Sylvie home?
Yeah, I want to talk to Tango.
Because I want to talk to Charlie. And she says that.
Instead of talking, Oscar would not answer Tango, but look at Sylvie. Would you mind if I took you home? Would you mind riding on the motorcycle?
I would like that.
And
wait, you're gonna be super cool and take her home on a motorcycle? You know what? That's fine. That's great. That's cool. Yeah.
For the first time, Oscar would allow just a bit of humor into his voice. At the mention of a motorcycle, he would turn around and he would just, indicate for Sylvie to go out the back. And at the mention of take her home on a motorcycle, he would look directly at Tango and said, "Is there any other way to travel in Paris?"
And Charlie's, well, hold on a second. I still don't know if we're going to be expecting a raid coming in or not. Like, I mean, you're all acting like this whole thing is over. I mean, is this over? Is this not over? I mean, if there was shooting, like...
Charlie, calm down. Let Oscar take her over. Also, Oscar, there are plenty other vehicles, by the way. You can get a van. You can get a big, giant van that's full of other people, like a bus. You can get a bus, or you can get a car.
Tango.
You can get...
Buses aren't as cool as motorcycles.
Shut up, Charlie. I know they're not as cool. I never learned how to ride a damn motorcycle. And then Oscar comes in here and it's like, I'll take you on a motorcycle.
Well, I mean, he's very
That's
handsome.
fine. He's
Have
right
you
here.
seen his
Oscar...
muscles? I mean, but not to, just pointing them
We
out.
all know that every time you look at him, he's leaning against a brick wall.
Oh, every time he's leaving.
Just so.
It's just the camera's always, he's always just like... But yeah, it's like
when Tango goes off, Oscar leaning against the brick wall would just say, "I could teach you how to ride if you wish. It's not hard."
Flash forward to in Tango's mind, where it's Tango wrapping his arms around Oscar and they're riding in a motorcycle.
Yes.
Highway through the danger
Occupied zone.
The occupied zone.
I feel the need.
I feel the need. I love you, Oscar. It's like, I love you too,
gosh.
Tango. Like, you're pretty cool.
And Charlie goes, all right,
Anyways,
Oscar,
but swing back to reality.
I need to know what the plan is because I need to know where to find everybody. I can't have people just running around and not knowing where to find them or where they are.
Charlie, calm down. Here's what the plan is. First off, I don't know what's up with Regina. All right, Regina just shows up when she wants to. We know that. Oscar is going to take Sylvie home so me and you can hash a few things out.
All right.
And not only hash a few things out, we need to come up with a plan because nobody has one. And Oscar will come back because he lives here? He's like downstairs. He's got like a wardrobe.
No, he's been living with
I have the barrel.
Oh yeah.
Barrel.
That's super cool of you. Starving artist and all. That's great. No, it's wonderful. I love a starving artist. It's a great. Oh my God.
Oscar, are you coming back? Are you coming back here?
He would bypass Tango and look at Charlie and say, I'm going to take Sylvie home. I will wait there until Tango returns, and then I will come here.
All right, because we're going to have to make some plans. Sylvie, that's all right, right? I can speak for you on this one. Okay. And
I'm going to go behind the counter.
She gives Sylvie the biggest hug. She just she gives Sylvie the biggest hug that lasts like 4 seconds too long.
And at that point, whenever they come away, Sylvie's kind of like.
And she just whispers something in Sylvie's ear that you two do not know what she says.
Oh no!
But
as she's doing that,
something.
So Tango has made a care package sandwich, and also he has brought out like just a little notepad with paper because it was a loose piece of paper he gave last time. This time he's actually putting like a string and putting it to a pad kind of thing. He's putting it together. And he's basically giving, and he comes over to Sylvie and he gives her a sandwich. And he gives her this notepad. It's like, so you can have a voice, and you're going to probably want to eat this before you go to bed because I don't know anything about gunshot wounds to the neck. I'm not a physician, but I know that sandwiches make a lot of things feel better. And mostly in the tummy, but also maybe in the neck. We'll see. So this is for you. And he gives her a big hug. Like not too affectionate. He doesn't want to do that in front of Charlie or anyone else. And he steps back and goes, Oscar, make sure she's safe. I know you will in your cool motorcycle.
It goes the speed limit.
Yeah. Yeah, the speed limit. The speed limit. Yes, that. And he's gonna actually give Oscar a weird like half hand, like half like a hug. It's like, yep. See you in a bit, buddy.
And Oscar would give you a full hug as you start that.
Charlie goes downstairs because she needs to take there's work that has to be done in a bar, and while this is happening, also because it's a little bit painful because Sylvie has been shot, and that is really upsetting to her. She's gonna take some of the empties downstairs, and she's gonna sort of just basically kind of do a little bit of a security check. She's a little bit concerned, and it helps her be like the minute you go in to give her a hug, Charlie goes downstairs to move bottles.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna look at Oscar and be like, all right, my friend. Obviously, I don't know what to say here. Just take care of her. We're all a bit stressed and need a lot of rest. So if you need a rest, take a nap on the couch.
Yeah.
On the couch. I know the indentions of the couch, so I know when someone has taken a nap on the couch. So if you don't mind, on the couch. Also, there is coffee there. There's 3 real buckets. There's the good bucket.
He will stop Tango. I understand. Everything will be okay.
Yeah.
I will see you there, and then I will come back here to Bricktops.
Okay. All right.
And he'll just kind of lightly and by no means condescending.
Oh,
this is a calming thing. Mm-hmm. He kind of lightly slaps your cheek and moves out towards just to, just like a reassurance.
Oh, do you have your favorite gun? Do you have a favorite gun? You got your good gun? Is a good gun with you?
All the guns are good.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. And he's going to sit there and pour 2 drinks and wait for Charlie to come up.
You two, Oscar and Sylvie, you both leave and you head back towards your apartment. And it's not too long before Charlie makes your way up, but she's holding something. She's holding a note in her hand. She looks at you. She goes, "Oh, apparently you've got a secret admirer. There's a note for you downstairs." And she hands you this note. It was on the makeup table. Looks like somebody was down there. Probably, I don't know. Maybe it was Hannah. Go on. Aren't you going to find out who it's from?
Who is this note to? I didn't hear that part.
Tango.
Oh, okay. For Tango.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I was like,
Yeah.
why is everyone else muted? Like, who is? Okay. Well, all right. Let's see what this is. So he's going to casually just lean on the bar and look at the note.
And then there is a dramatic voiceover. Or unless it's actually written out in full.
It is written out in full. I just sent it to you.
Oh, you just sent it to me. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Well, that's exciting. And Charlie's agitated, right? And you can tell that she is, while you're reading this, so that she's like trying to check out. She's sort of walking the bar and she sort of like notices some of the light stains on the dance floor. And she's like, just.
You want to know what this note says, Charlie?
Well, is it relevant?
You care?
Of course I
know.
Lay it on me. What is it?
It's my best friend.
Okay.
Tango.
Your best friend is Tango.
No. That's what she said in the beginning of the note.
Go on.
I'm not going to tell you what this other stuff says because I don't want to involve you.
I'm involved. I'm full in.
Okay. Well, she said P.S. Lay low.
That's the P.S. What's the first part? We're not supposed to have secrets, right?
This is a trust thing between
Tango?
us because I feel like we need a trust.
This is not a trust thing. It's me demanding knowing what kind of notes you're getting.
Fine. I'm terrible at this. I just want to tell everyone everything that's happening in my life, and I don't know where it comes from.
Okay, that's
somebody who's been shrouded in secrets his whole life, and now I'm just a cannonball just bursting out, just wanting to tell everyone what's going on. Anyways, she says,
maybe rethink that. Go on.
I need to meet with the Duke.
Is that the message, or is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm trying to use my best her voice.
Oh, I see. Okay, go on.
I need to meet with the Duke. What? You don't like my impression, Charlie?
No, go on.
It's a good impression. I've been working on it.
Sure, that is... go on.
My name is Regina.
Okay.
Is that a little racist? I didn't mean to. All right. We need to meet with the Duke. I'm gone. Can you cover our tracks? Ooh, I think I can. I'm actually really good at covering tracks. I'm really good at that, Charlie. We need to ensure that no one knows about last night's guests. We're headed to the brick top to...
What guests? The shooters. Go on.
The shooters. You know about the guests. They did the heroin thing. Who got us those guests? Those are your fault, Charlie. So don't
you can
act
see that
like
she's mad. The minute you say that, like there's like this moment of like rage that sort of like boils under the surface.
But calm down,
say
because
anything.
I have caused us so much other anguish too, by the way. So as much as you're mad, I'm mad too. We're about to drink and be mad together, Charlie. Let me finish the note.
Go on.
We need to assure that no one knows that last night's guests were headed to Bricktops to clean house. Maybe we need some proper paperwork. Records, or false info. She also said, P.S. Lay low, get some rest, have a sandwich. Oh, she knows I love sandwiches. That's why she wrote that. And also, she said that I love you, Tango, so much. Oh, I love this part. I love you, Tango. Oh, she says you're my best friend forever. That's what she says in this note. I'm going to go and fold up the note. That's what she said.
I suppose you had a closer relationship than I thought. I mean, she's kind of frosty.
We're best friends, so try not to get on that one.
All right, so you and I have to have a talk.
Sit down. Sit down. Come on.
She sits down. She's irritated that somehow you're starting it when she wanted to start it. Like there's this kind of like both of you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So she sits down.
I know. Anyways, it was like, let me start by saying that I have never been a salty, jealous kind of guy before. And I see myself doing it. I feel it. I see it from like someone else is watching me and I can't stop. And he looks at her and he's going to look at her as seriously one can look at her and be like, and for that, I'm sorry. There's been some tension and I didn't know how to deal with it because I've never dealt with that before. So I want you to know that, no, you make her real happy as a friend. And I think you made her happy as a lover. And that's hard.
Oh, I did.
Okay. Well, you didn't have to go there. I'm trying to, that's fine.
Go on.
Look,
go on.
You made her happy as a, I had a thing. I had a whole flow going.
Go on. I'm so sorry. I never did.
That's fine.
No, just go. You go. You're the center of the stage. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So that was my point. You just ruined my point. Honestly, Charlie, you ruined my point. You ruined it. I was trying to be like, I just wanted to be happy. And I'm sorry that I have been obviously a salty dude. Okay. And you have a relationship with her that I could never have because of parts also, but also because you just have a different relationship than we do.
Yeah.
And she is also the kind of woman you love and let be wild. Right? But I don't want her to be wild, to be between you and me anymore.
So I think I need to apologize to you. But I don't want to. So
can I count that as the apology and we just move on? We want to do that, Charlie?
I sort of hate you, is what it is. I sort of hate you.
Yeah, I sort of hate you too, but I just want you to know it's not because of any other reason. It's just,
yeah, I know.
I just think you made her so happy and it hurts me because I don't know if I can make her as happy as you did.
Look,
in a lot of different ways, honestly, that I don't really want to get into right now. It's just that.
Look, you make her happier than I did.
There's no way. Didn't you move to Paris for you?
Yeah, we moved to Paris together. We did.
She won't move the coffee table that I told her she needs to move that coffee table. It's like in the corner of the room. It doesn't look great. It's like nowhere that's comfortable. She won't even move that for me. She moved like a world for you. She won't move a coffee table for me.
Tango, I'm going to ask you a question before we finish this conversation.
I mean, it's not a big deal, the coffee table. It's just like a bigger metaphor, really, I think.
What is your actual name? Nobody here knows your actual name. Does she know your actual name? Have you told her what your actual name is? Because I don't know it. I don't think Regina knows it. I don't think anybody knows it. What is your actual name? I'm not going to have this conversation with you when you're still, I don't know, mysterious one name guy. What's your name? Full name. First and last.
Hold on.
First name, Johnny. Last name you never gave me.
You're going to laugh at me. My name's Johnny Silverstein.
Really?
Silverstein. Yeah, Silverstein.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Is your dad
I mean
Jewish?
to say it like that. I'm just saying that.
That's a pretty Jewish name.
Silverstein?
Yeah.
Well,
is there?
I mean,
different
I don't
reason
practice
why
religion, but
Mm.
you know what? Fine, yeah. My mother's Jewish. Okay, fine. I didn't mean, and he just looks out the window. When you live a life like this, your initial reaction is to...
Wait, do you have your mother's last name?
Yeah.
What about your dad?
My dad is a stain somewhere on a floor. So, yes, I took my mother's last name because a man like that doesn't deserve for his lineage to move on.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That got real weird.
It's
real for a second. And I'm just saying,
it's good for you to be real. I can't imagine how difficult all this is for you if your mom's Jewish, and I can't. I'm sorry. I didn't know that about you. So I suppose it makes a whole bunch of things make sense in certain ways that I never really quite understood about you. So what you're doing here, why you're here, and not whatever it is that you do.
No, how about this? I'll be even more honest. I should care more. But you know why I'm here? I got caught taking art that people cared about, stolen art, and I was trying to sell it. This is war art. I was trying to sell it. Books, art, things you couldn't normally find. Things are very rare and they have a black market purpose. And to my mind, it's just art. And I never really thought about it more than that until my best friend, well, of course, I don't know. I should have cared more. How about that? So if you want to be real, want us to be real right now, I've never cared until I was put here and in a place where I was forced to care. So think what you want about that. But I may have suffered, but it's nothing. And he's just going to wave his drink around. Nothing like just somebody out there is suffering.
All right, I'm going to tell you something.
For all that matter, you've had to go through a lot too.
Listen, Sylvie is special. And I don't know if you know her like I know her. I like to think that you don't. I like to imagine that I know her better than anybody else in this entire country. And that you all get to know some Sylvie, but I get to know the real Sylvie. I knew her back in St. Louis. And for years, years, people would come and go in and outside of her bed, but I was always there, and she'd always come back to me. And it was what it was. It was familiar. It was special. And there was a time when we stopped being sexual, I suppose we'll put it that way. But I always felt like we were still romantic, you know? And
I've heard of this life where you're sexual, but non-sexual, but also romantic.
yeah. And I
Been
always
there.
figured that in the end we would grow old together, she and I. And that we would always be together in the end. And I didn't have any reason not to think that. Never. I never had a reason to think anything different. Even after the occupation, I always felt this, that we would be together. And because, no. Anyway, you come flying in here in some kind of parachute, running in here, right? And, you know, whenever Sylvie would sleep with somebody else or flirt with somebody else or dance with somebody else, all that stuff, it always made me feel like it was okay. Like I knew that when she was flirting with other people, whoever it was, it didn't matter, that she was still in the end going to come home to me. When she was running around with everybody else, I knew that I was still, I knew she wasn't serious about them. And the more she flirted, the more I knew she wasn't serious about them. I had a couple worries here or there, but in the end, the more she was big Sylvie, the more that I had the other Sylvie. And I always had the other Sylvie, and nobody else did. And it never bothered me to see her with other people ever, because I knew. And then you, asshole, comes into this place. And I had your number real quick. You know, you're a liar, is what you are. You're a liar. You're a criminal. You're a cheat. And I know, because I've been. Because I know somebody.
Does it take one to know one, Charlie?
Well, I don't think of myself as a liar like you. I think myself as less of a liar like you.
More a moral high ground liar.
Let's just say when Sylvie needs drugs, I know where to get them. And here comes
Sure.
you. You know where to get drugs too. You know all these things, and I don't trust you. I don't think you're here for the long term. I think you're a con artist, and I think you're here to rob her blind. And I think that you don't deserve her, and that you will hurt her, and I would stab you in the throat before I let you hurt her. And it would not be pleasant. But then you get all mopey. You get all mopey in a way that doesn't seem like a lie to me. And then she
Mopey.
stops.
Is that what you think of me?
Yeah. And then she stops flirting with other people. For real, serious flirting. And I have not seen her sleep with anybody else since all this between you two. And Tango, she stopped playing cards with me. We used to go to dinner all the time. We used to play cards late at night at my place or her place. We were best friends. And I have not seen her in months outside of this club. Except I see her with you. And I see her happy with you. And I see the other Sylvie that I know with you, not all the time, but sometimes. And
Well, Charlie, I want you to know first and foremost that some of this is news to me. I don't I think the biggest fear I have is that this war is going to get over. And I'm going to have no business here. And there's going to be no reason for Sylvie to want a guy like me.
Yeah.
There's going to be no space for a guy like me.
Yeah, but I see how she looks at you.
I'll make you a deal. I don't have it in me to hurt Sylvie. At this point, I don't have it in me to lie to her. I don't have it in me to bamboozle her, any of that. I won't do that. I won't hurt her. I'll stay. As long as it makes her happy, because, and I need you to tell me if she's happy, because she's going to confide in you if she's not.
I don't.
Or she is.
That's the thing. Johnny. Can I just call you John? I feel like that's, unless like that's...
I tell Sylvie's ex my name before Sylvie, that's going to cause a real bad... yeah, you can call me Johnny. Listen.
Look, if I wanted to, I would have told her and I'd break you up. But I can't. I don't think I can, and I don't think she wouldn't confide in me about you. I think she would talk to not me about this. And look,
I think it's about time you guys start playing cards again.
I don't know. I think I might have lost her.
No, there's actually a scientific thing for this. It's called oxytocin levels. So the first 3 months of it,
I don't know what this is about.
2 to 3 months of any kind of relationship, there's actually some biologically, you just want to spend a lot of time with them. It's kind of an addictive quality that at the end of the day, like after the oxytocin levels have calmed down, then there becomes what's called a mature relationship.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then that's what we're kind of going to get into at this point. At that point, it's actually, she's going to be really glad to be away from me. Enough time to go hang out with you and play cards.
I don't think you're going to hurt her.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I've been trying to hurt you for the last couple of days.
Oh.
Because
I actually think that sometimes you guys have had such a history and a chemistry together that it's hard to compete. I'm new. And new could be fun, but new is also... New can get old real fast. Does that make sense, Charlie?
Yeah, but
And you're stable.
Yeah, but it's
and
different.
Very attractive. I'm not trying to hit on you, by the way. I'm just letting you know you're very attractive.
Well,
so when you're pretty, like,
I like to think of myself as handsome, and also
handsome. You're pretty handsome.
You should have seen me back in St. Louis. I was, it's not the point.
You got any pictures? No, that's not the right answer. Not the right answer at all. Not at all. My point here is, Charlie, I think we're done. Right? Can we be friends? And can we be Team Sylvie?
Yeah.
Can we be her support system? Because she needs it.
Yeah, she does. I'm
going to stop. Has she looked at Oscar in any kind of way? I mean, I think we've all looked at Oscar in a certain way.
I haven't. Like, what is with all of you people?
But he rides a cool motorcycle and he's always leaning against a wall every time I see him.
Yeah.
And then when he's not leaning against the wall, he's pirouetting like a...
Look,
fucking movie star. That's fine. Yeah. He also knows the right thing to say, when to say it.
Wow.
It's fine. I'm doing that thing again. I'm doing that thing again. Where I'm being all salty and weird. You see, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Johnny, listen to me. Come here.
Yeah,
just come a little bit closer.
I'm trying.
I'm going to give you
I'm trying so hard.
Couple pieces of advice.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah. Go.
One.
Yeah.
You need to be really honest with her. She's beginning to be honest with you in a way that she doesn't normally do. So you need to be honest with her. You need to tell her everything. And then when she tells you things, you need to listen. and you need to just shut your mouth and listen when she talks to you.
Oh, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked, Charlie.
You need to shut your mouth and listen to her. And you need to know that she is so strong. She's one of the strongest women I've ever met. But she also doesn't let people help her when she needs it, and then she suffers. So you need to be there for her, and you got to figure out a way to be there for her without letting her push you away. You can't be too aggressive with her because she will just shut you down. But you got to just like be there for her in a kind of a quiet way. But you have to be there for her. You can't just let her come to you. You have to actively be there.
Quiet way.
And then the other thing is, I think you just need to kiss this guy. She'd be okay with it.
You think there's some tension between me and Oscar? And
Oh,
I just need to...
yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times you talk about his body. Like it's a lot.
It's not that I talk about his body a lot. It's just that it's
and his motorcycle.
And his motorcycle. And have you ever seen him ride a motorcycle? And then the jack is just flapping around.
Yeah, like, I'm just saying you need to have a conversation with that guy is all I'm saying.
I don't need to have. We're going to learn how to dance.
Okay.
Dance.
Again, this is
my heart is here for Sylvie. Okay. So I'm going to be there for her. I'm going to be strong, a strong man.
And we got to figure out what we're going to do here. I still have got the heroin that I was supposed to sell for these guys. What's doing with them?
I don't feel good selling the heroin, even though the money would be great.
All right. Okay.
And we're also selling another gang's heroin without them because we're not involved with them, right?
I don't know.
We're not involved with them anymore. We shot their leader and almost killed Crazy Pete and killed all of their other people.
Okay.
So I don't think that there's much to negotiate from here.
All right, then. So then I'm going to sell the heroin to make money for this club.
If that's something you've already set up a few things and how to do, then I would say just do it and let's not talk about it.
Well, except that I can't sell it when the club is closed. So that's going to be a bit of a problem.
Maybe I could help you with some of my contacts.
Maybe, yeah.
Because we got to keep this club closed for a second. We got to make sure that we're all in a good space, kumbaya. We meditated on what we want to do. We all got back together. We're all in one piece. And we got to figure out how many enemies do we really have? A lot, I'm sure.
All right, I'm going to have to make phone calls.
Next steps.
I'm going to have to call all the members of the band. I'm going to have to put out word that that we're shut down.
The money you make from the heroin, can we pay the band and some expenses and all those things?
Don't let Sylvie sell her mother's jewelry, okay?
Oh, she won't sell her mother's jewelry.
No, she might.
And if I find out she sold her mother's jewelry, I'll find out who she sold it to and get the fucking jewelry back.
No.
That's just the way it works around here.
Yeah, I hate you again, but it's good. Look, I'm going to make these phone calls. We'll plan. Look, I still hate you, but I only hate you because, I'm jealous.
All right. Here's where I stand with you, Charlie.
I don't hate you.
I hate you, and I respect you.
Yeah.
And a little bit love you.
Well,
I respect you more than I hate you. And I love you somewhere in the middle there. That's where I'm at right now, but there's still some hate and jealousy, of course, because I'm so salty when I've never been this salty before. Oh, hate it. Okay.
Hey, you might want to...
But if you need anything, let me know.
Talk to Hannah about, you being Jewish and all. That's heavy. You might want to talk to her about it.
I'm going to be honest. When I go out there on the street, and I see them suffering, things happening, when I see something happen to Hannah, I think of my mother. And think of how I would not allow that to happen to my mother. So Mama Tango, she lives really well right now. And I want to make sure these other people live well too. All those other Mama Tangos out there. I mean, I know there can't all be Mama Tangos, but they are to me.
Yeah.
It's starting to be anyways. I didn't think that would happen, but here we are. I'll talk to Hannah.
Yeah. All right.
And if you got any ideas of how to get us out of some of these pickles, hey, I'm all ears.
I'll see what I can do.
Now it's just going to be blow up the bad guys. I think that's the only plan I have. I'm going to talk to some people.
Hey, was that a art thing of Regina's good?
She's so good. And she doesn't, you know what she doesn't do that I hate? She doesn't give herself credit. You know, she creates this beautiful art and she almost looks at it like it just had to happen. And not that she had the talent to make it happen, and not to sit back and enjoy the thing she created, just that it was created and should have been created almost. Does that make sense? Almost mechanical. She's very mechanical, but for someone who's so mechanical, there's just a artistic soul in her that it just feels chained up.
You know, when she first arrived here, she had escaped. She was like she brought Jules back with us, and she's been here ever since. And
yeah,
she's a good part of the crew. She won't tell you that, you know, but she always pays attention to all of us. You know, I'm gonna tell you something. It's a secret.
okay.
Can't tell anyone.
Now, don't
Regina.
gossip. Gossip is wrong.
Don't
if
gossip.
this is gossip, I don't want to hear it. Well, I do, but only when I've been drinking a little bit. Oh, I gotta love gossip so much. Okay, tell me.
Last year, she knew my birthday.
What?
Yeah, she knew my birthday. I didn't know how she knew it. I don't know who told her, but she knew my birthday, and she got me the best present. And
What was the present?
It's funny. She got me a record.
Was it like a document kind of record, or are we talking music kind of record? Because it would be her style to give you a document.
No,
like a record of events.
No,
Okay.
Sylvie cut 4 sides, just two records, 4 sides. That's all she's done, and she did them. She did them here in Paris years ago. But I had one, but I gave it away to that anyway. To Dimitri, and
You gave it away to Dimitri.
Yeah.
So they still have it in their hideout, is what you're saying.
No, actually it was lost. But the point is, I didn't have one, and I really wished I had one. I couldn't get one, and I don't know where she got it. She does that thing she does, but she found one of the only copies left, because there wasn't a big printing, you know, it was very small. And she found a copy, and she gave it to me. She didn't even tell Sylvie that she did, and so I have it now. I have it in my home.
That's a beautiful thing. I always pegged her as a ridiculously good gift giver.
Yeah.
You know why? She has sniper's eyes.
Okay. Again,
because what? No, she has sniper eyes. And
look, I'm going to start making phone calls.
Like
I'm going to start.
Okay.
I'm not start making phone calls. I'm going to start making phone calls.
Okay. All right. When's your birthday? Did I miss it?
I'm not talking about it. And Charlie goes to starts making phone calls. Meanwhile,
hate you, Charlie.
She's like, I'm not. Meanwhile,
you're supposed to say, I hate you too, Tango.
I don't. No, I'm not.
Hate you, Charlie. Now.
You know, you really irritate me. How about that?
I love you too, Charlie. And he's going to walk away.
He does have a nice ass, though.
You don't? And he's like from like the doors he's closing it. You don't have to tell me.
Apparently I don't. Meanwhile, we have Oscar and Sylvie making their way to Sylvie's house, which is just one of the big apartment blocks. It's a pretty good apartment. Making your way through the city, and it's late enough at this point in time that you start seeing the police. The French police are everywhere right now, and they are putting up posters. They're putting up placards. General Pétain, who is in charge of Vichy France, did a radio broadcast. He's put out a huge speech, this huge radio broadcast. However, your radio tower is down right now because somebody, communists, exploded it. My. So all you get are these posters of this big speech, and the police officers are working as they're just putting up these posters, and Pétain has outlawed all political parties. There will be no more political parties in France. There's just him. And he's setting up a tribunal so he can start killing people if necessary, because he's going to save France from itself. And he's talking about how we need to be more collaborative with the Germans. He's talking about how we need to have a good authoritarian. There are big changes happening, and it's like 3 huge posters. It's a long speech that is the beginning of something very, very distressing, perhaps. And these posters are being set up, and you can see. I'm going to need. I want a roll from one of you. I want a roll from both of you. I would like a discover roll, and you can choose which skill you would like to use. And the skill you choose will decide what kind of information you get. Awareness mediocre. That is not enough to get info.
I too will use awareness.
Yeah, you just see gaggles of people about, unless you want to spend fate points.
I think she legit would be. They've been working, and she has a gunshot injury. I think she'd be pretty out of it.
All right,
but I think Oscar would be the same way.
Yeah,
and as they're riding, as they're riding, and he would look around and see all this.
You get a sense of unrest, right? Because a lot of people are reading. You just see crowds of people, like crowd is too huge, but like passels of people, you know what I mean? Like groupings of people reading these posters, and some are happy about it, some are less happy about it, but there's like clearly feelings happening.
So yeah, as Oscar's riding, and to recap, he has a BMW R75, which is a military grade German motorcycle. Normally has a sidecar, does not in this case. He would look over his shoulder at Sylvie and just say, "It seems like the end of the world, but it is just a moment in the song where you have to take the deep breath before the big moment."
And she, at this point, she's probably so worn out. She's just like probably leaning on him and just
so he just
falling asleep a little bit.
When you make your way to Sylvie's apartment and sort of unbundle yourselves, you make your way up in there. It's I imagine Sylvie's apartment is probably on the 4th or 5th floor, probably the 4th if you were doing really particularly very well. And when you get up to your apartment, you come in. Do you invite Oscar in?
Yeah. I mean, I think it would, she'd probably open the door and just walk in expecting him to follow. I mean, at this point, I think she sees a lot of her crew as just kind of, it's Tango and the family.
Yeah.
So she would just open the door, come in, and just leave it open behind her as she goes in and kind of just drop stuff around and probably goes over the couch and just like falls over on it.
Your apartment has been disturbed.
In what capacity?
Well, it has not been broken into because the lock is fine. But there is a note on the counter for you with your name on it.
Would you know if one of your dresses was missing?
I bet she would. Well,
and your
maybe
makeup
she
was
wouldn't.
out of place?
Maybe she wouldn't.
That's why I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, absolutely. Like
Mhm.
normally she would be able to walk in and probably even just like,
Yeah.
you know, lift a finger and be like, the air is off in this room. You know, a dress is gone. But again, she's so out of it right now. Like,
well, then you probably just find the note.
Mm-hmm. And there is a note for you in Regina's hand because you know her hand well.
So I
imagine there's actually more than a note. You find a small package. It's like
Yes.
brown paper wrapped,
Mhm.
about, you know, like big or so.
she'll kind of grab it and then grab whatever and then just slump down into the couch and start reading it.
What's it say? I'm just the GM. I'm just asking.
I sent it. Yeah, I did send it. I sent it in Zoom.
What's in the package? What's in the package?
Oh, do you open the package or do you go to the note?
She goes to the note first. And she's gonna. Does Oscar come in? What is Oscar doing? Is he outside, inside? What has happened here?
Oscar would come in, and if you acted like he doesn't know that the apartment would be out of whack or that, you know, had been disturbed, and he would come in and not to be intrusive, but he would just kind of just look around and make sure that the place is empty, and see where the exits are, and whether or not he makes that really apparent. He's checking out all of his ways out of this place, and would just stand and not do anything until
he gets orders.
Where he could sit.
Oscar, there's a note here. Close the door. But then come here.
He would do all that.
And she kind of like ruffles up and be back soon. Until then, I want you to remember something. Many years ago, when I was at a loss for words, I found writing to be the comfort I needed. This book is blank. Fill it with your light. Most importantly, remember that I love you for more than your voice. It's your grace, poise, bravery, and free spirit. Songs come from the heart, not the body. Regina, I'll drop a note every morning for you until you're better. Pen pals. And she opens the package.
It's a book, like a small leather journal, basically.
Oh, this is so nice. And she's just gonna like kind of hold it. Wait.
Yeah, Oscar would. It is very nice. Would maybe perhaps you could lie down with it and take a rest.
It's been a very long. It's been a long night, I think. What were you saying about the rooftop?
So you could have the band play on the roof. There are people across the city that are using the roofs as picnics and gathering spots. I saw it just last night, and I thought maybe perhaps that is a place that Bricktops could go while the inside is being restored.
Yeah, I think that could work.
These are old plans and they are grand, but they can only be done when the head and the body is healed and rested. Would you like to lie down, or would you like to take a shower and then lie down?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the kind of thing we need to start planning out right away so the band can be ready. And she's just gonna start going on to plan, kind of speaking, and then just like kind of just
he follows her down. Oh shit.
And then she as soon as there's a knock, she like is up and she just like kind of goes over to the door and opens it like as if
if she goes over to open the door, Oscar does not stop her, but he pulls his gun out and literally puts it like at the crack of the door. So if it's somebody that isn't supposed to be there, they'll be very unhappy they knocked.
oh sweet Jesus, who is it? Oh, come on.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Rissa. When you open the door, you see the chief of police standing there. Your very good friend, the chief of police, he's got like 3 fellow police officers with him, but you're going to want perhaps an empathy or a discover action for empathy or awareness. You'll get different information depending on what you choose in order to sort of pick out like what's happening here, because the police officers are not facing forward. The police officers are facing away from you. He's facing towards you, and the rest of them are facing away.
I rolled good. My empathy senses are tingling.
What about you? Is there anything you would like to would you like to roll your discover roll, my dearest Oscar? And if so, what skill would you like?
I would like to roll, if I could, to create an advantage, which is this door is my shield.
Yeah.
And can I roll a fight for that?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to kick it into the guy's face if I have to.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That is not a problem.
Is it good?
That is you get that that advantage with 1 free invoke. The door is your shield. That is a true fact.
As per finding a brick wall to lean on, he's going to go ahead and lean on that door.
And you get. I need to roll for my person, if you do not mind. You get a 3, yes. Let me get my fellow. His will's actually not bad, but you know it is.
He is bothering me.
Is he bothering you? Is he?
He is.
Is he?
He came all the way up here just to bother me.
Did he?
In this,
Did he?
my time of rest.
There you go.
In the afternoon.
So you get a choice. You get either 2 questions or 1 question and a boost. And you're using empathy, so the questions you can ask are about reading his feelings, right? Like sort of like thinking about his sort of inner self.
I will take a question and a boost.
All right.
Sylvie wants to get a read on, does he seem like he is there in a capacity, like they're facing away?
The police officers are his crew. But he's not. So he's facing you, and the 3 officers that are like, they're just like standing a little bit away, like just a little bit away and facing away.
He came to find something out. What kind of a mood is he in?
Okay. He is frustrated. He is angry, although he's hiding it. It does not seem as if it is directed towards you.
Okay.
But he seems frustrated and angry. He seems, you get a sense that he's determined. He's like on the hunt for something, right? He wants something, right? Like he's searching. You get the sense that he's searching for something
Aren't we all?
And he is, there's some kind of anxiety. Like he's not in a good space, right? He's got some kind of anxiety. He's got some kind of anger, frustration. Something is wrong, right? Something is wrong. And it does not seem as if you are the problem, but he's here at your door.
Okay.
And he goes, Madame?
Captain, you look, my goodness. And she just like, please come in. You look I'm sorry, I can't. Please come in and sit down. You can see that I'm.
And he turns to the police officers behind me and says, "You will stay outside."
I only have so many chairs. Please come in.
And they sort of nod to the police officer, and he steps in, and then he sees Oscar. Surprise.
This is my security for the bar.
I see. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Please sit down.
And he has a seat, and he takes off his hat to be respectful. I have some follow-up questions for you, Madame. I would like to have some information from you, and I know that you are going to be cooperative. I appreciate...
Monsieur, you know me as nothing but cooperative.
So, I would like to ask you a few questions about the incident with young Luke Bard, and a few other things as well, if you do not mind.
I thought you had already solved all of that.
The criminals have not been found, and so it is not solved. Let me ask you a few questions. This young man is... who works at your establishment. Do you know him well?
He is one of my employees.
And involved in a terrible business. It's upsetting. Really, I'd like to ask you a few other questions, actually, instead. And he sort of looks at Oscar with a little bit of embarrassment. Like, asking about Luke is official, so it's fine, right? But it's clear he's about to ask about something else that is perhaps a little bit less official. And so there's like a little bit of a hesitation.
Oh, monsieur, I'm already spoken for.
No, I am married. I have 2 children.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It would be the first time for me.
I'm not here to judge.
I have some information that I would like to understand better, and I thought that perhaps you would be able to enlighten me on some questions that I have. Some things that I don't quite understand.
I'm here to shine all sorts of lights in all sorts of places.
As you know, I am now the prefect of police here in this area, and there are certain duties that are the job of the prefect of police. Now, one of those duties is that we, as the prefect of police, it is my job to take care of temporary holding facilities for people who have been arrested.
Jails.
Well, we would not call them that.
Prisons.
No.
Jail cells.
We would call them...
Asylums.
Transit camps. We have a number of transit camps, I have learned, in the area, and they are my responsibility. Drancy, numerous places.
I've heard of such places.
As well I gathered.
Really?
Your name has come up.
My name?
I would like to understand... As the head of Drancy, I have had to go through all of the paperwork, of course. And it is odd and strange that your name came up while I was looking through the paperwork.
How did my name come up?
Well, it seems...
I may have filed for a residence there before it became
perhaps it was not that, though. There was a man who was brought back from a concentration camp in the east to Drancy, Dmitri Bergman, and he was brought there specifically on the request of the Gestapo. No, it was the head of military intelligence who brought him, wasn't it? And that was strange. The man who was murdered, the head of military intelligence, was murdered not too long ago, a few months ago. he brought in a man who had already been deported, a non-French citizen, and brought him to this place, and your name was connected with this man.
Oh my God, are you saying this man escaped and murdered him?
No, I'm saying that...
I'm so shocked.
I'm saying
I'm so shocked. Pardon, my voice cannot get higher, but a recent
Madame.
throat surgery for my throat. I've been singing too much lately.
Madame, this man, according to our records, was acquainted with you before the occupation, and one of your people, and he was brought back at the request of the German military intelligence, which is strange, since they are not generally the people who are involved in Drancy. Because, of course, Drancy is all the complete responsibility of the French.
Well,
But this man was taken...
responsible for certain things, I suppose.
This man was taken out of Drancy, it turns out, at the request of German military intelligence yet again. And I do not know where he went. And I'm wondering if perhaps you know where he went, or perhaps more importantly, do you know why the German military intelligence is so interested in you?
Have you tried asking them?
They don't...
They're very close.
They don't tell me things. Apparently the Gestapo is also very interested in you, and I'm curious as to why you are of such interest.
I'm a very interesting woman, Captain.
I was told that you and your group played at a party where Herr Goering was at, and also the important members of the Gestapo and also military intelligence, and I am interested in your connections with them.
Well, despite how it may sound right now, I am also one of the best jazz singers in this city. So if the higher-ups are going to have a party where they are expecting to have some of the finest jazz singing playing, well, it only goes to reason that they would have me and my band playing there.
I see. Give me deception. Give me a deception.
Can I aid with that at all?
Yes, you may. How would you like to do so? Wait, do you have deception as a skill?
I have, when I am deceiving,
Yes.
I can use perform.
Tell me how you do it, and then you can give her a +1.
Everything, whenever she says, the finest jazz, it almost like one of the old hype men.
Yeah. Yeah.
Best in all of Paris. Just everything, kind of just an augment, almost like a Flavor Flav type of thing that he's doing here. Every time she says, he repeats the last two words, best in Paris. Those are higher ups, yes. Just and he kind of accentuates his German a bit when he says it.
He frowns. He's going to roll his empathy, which is actually quite good. Oh, that was a terrible roll.
Oh man, but it's apparently not very good right now.
Terrible roll. That was really bad.
That's too bad. Oh,
but he does get a +2 when somebody tries to deceive him with his defense, which he's doing right now, which is a 3. I'm going to actually just spend one of my fate points and re-roll, if you don't mind, because that was such a bad roll. And I'm going to re-roll that based on the idea that he is a good judge of character, which is one of his aspects. I'm going to re-roll that.
Do I still have a...
Yes, you do.
Okay.
You do indeed have a boost on him, that you have a chink in his armor. So I'm at a 4 to your deceive of 2.
Well, if I got an assist, that's a 3.
Yes, it is. So that's 4 to your 3.
Could I use that boost?
Yes, you
can.
can.
Little chink in his armor?
Yeah.
Put us at a 5?
That's a +2. And that puts you above him.
So I don't feel like him rising above that deceit. Is what I don't feel like.
He sort of frowns. He thinks about it. I would request that you
once my throat is healed,
yes, of course.
Captain, you are more than welcome to come to the bar.
He's also somewhat distracted by something. There's clearly something that's bothering him. Have you ever had any conversations with Colonel Tristan Hassel or Theodore Daneker?
Why, Tristan Hassel is one of my greatest fans.
Is he? Interesting.
Yes. What would you like to know about him?
What can you tell me about him?
Well, that all depends on what you want to do with that information, Captain.
I am the highest ranking law enforcement official who is French in Paris. It is important for me to know what is happening in my city. So,
Well, there are many things happening in your city that I'm sure you are already well aware of, sir.
what can you tell me?
I can tell you that he is very charming, and I can tell you that his hands are very callous and that he punches very hard. What else do you want to know before I escort you from my home?
I will tell you, Madame, Mademoiselle, I will leave, but you should know that if I wanted to stay in this home, I could. This is what it means to be the chief of police here. But I will go, because I am respectful.
Monsieur, if you wanted to stay, you would be welcome to stay, and I would go. Just say the word. I don't care. I'm very tired. You can see that I'm tired. You can see that I am bandaged. What do you
Yes,
want?
yes.
You want to stay? Do you want me to go? I
No.
will go. You want me to jump out the window? I will jump out the window. What do you
I
want?
want you to understand that you have to be more careful with your language. Not everyone is as understanding of stresses as I am. And I am certain from what it looks like, other people wish to speak with you. And when they speak with you, you should be a bit more careful about how you speak with them.
I've spoken with a great many people and have managed to survive just fine.
Well,
I am fully willing to be friendly with people who are willing to be friendly with me. And
if
meeting and speaking on first terms in an interrogation room does not put me in a good mood.
you volunteered, and there was a murder. My job is to keep this city safe. And so, I will take my leave. I should let you know that your employee, Luke, he's doing well.
Yes, I know.
I don't think you do, but he's doing well. And so, I take my leave. Monsieur?
May I show you to the door?
Of course. And he sort of picks up his hat and he walks to the door, eyeing you, trying to figure who you are, right? Like, he doesn't know exactly the dynamic here, and he's uncertain.
Everything that Oscar has ever been trained to do would be to avoid that gaze. Oscar stares him dead in the eye as he walks over. Almost not daring him to question, but yes, daring him to question.
What is your name?
Oscar.
Oscar. I do not recall an Oscar in the employment records for your...
He's new.
I see.
I'm new.
Yeah? Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing that paperwork.
You haven't received it yet.
No.
We mailed it last week.
Well, Paris is an interesting city.
It is.
I will take my leave, mademoiselle, monsieur. If you hear anything that the Paris police should know, I would appreciate hearing of it.
Perhaps we will go directly to Tristan Hassel.
He is not Paris police. He is Gestapo.
No.
That is different.
Who is really in charge, though?
He is going to have to make a discover roll on you, because you are being a little bit distressing, is what is going on right about now. Yeah, he's going to empathy you.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a 4.
And I have to use a
If you're going to be deceiving it, it will be deceive act. But you have to act as in a role for that Passover.
Okay, so I would roll my perform. All right.
As long as you're playing a role.
Can I assist?
Please do. Tell me how.
I mean, as her employer or as his employer, she can back him up and say whatever, you know.
I'm gonna have to spend a fate point, because that will put me one above you with that assist, and I'm gonna spend that fate point on prefect of police trying to thread the needle. I get a question on you.
I'm going to spend my fate point.
Do it.
One above you. Yeah.
Okay. You can ask a question of him instead. And what are you invoking for that fate point?
I'm gonna do. Can I do my high concept?
Yes, you can.
German theater student that joined the Gestapo to save those he loved.
So you now only have 4 group fate points.
I use mine.
Yeah.
I use mine.
Yes, yours. So what is your question for him? Of him, shall we say, because I will tell you he won't.
He would lock eyes with him and he would say, "May I speak with you out in the hall?"
You may.
And he would nod respectfully to Sylvie when he would leave. And the other soldiers or the officers,
police officers, and he sees him and he goes, "Down the hallway, please." And the police officers just move down the hallway so that you have privacy.
What he would ask from him is the following: "I need you to leave Sylvie alone."
Other people will not leave her alone.
I am the other people.
I see. Good day. And he leaves. And
he walks back in.
Before he does, there's a sound in the shadows of the hallway. Somebody was waiting until all of that left. And out steps Helene Weigel, Brecht's wife, who has been lurking in that hallway waiting for Sylvie to come back, but the police were there so she could not. And she says, I have been waiting since last night. I think we have something to speak about, if I may. And she points to the door.
One moment, please. And he would go in. And I'm sorry, you all. I don't think he's ever met this person.
I am Helene Weigel, and my understanding is that you're going to be in my play.
Well, I guess we'll see.
May I?
He would ask if it's okay with Sylvie, or
She would just be like kind of non-gloriously like on the couch, just like
how many people are lined up in front of Sylvie's house right now?
Send everybody.
Just how many?
It's like a dentist.
Take a number.
Like whoever's next, come on.
And she walks in.
I'm here for number 4. Number 4.
And the door closes, and yet over at Bricktops there is that knock on the back door. Tango. And Charlie notes it, but she figures she's going to let you do it. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. I had technical difficulties with my microphone. So there was a knock on the door.
It's about like maybe I'd say like maybe 7 in the evening at this point in time where there's this knock on the door.
Looking around, there's no other role players with me. This is just Charlie's with me, right? I'm gonna look over where Charlie's at. It's like I'll get that.
And the phone rings and Charlie picks it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna open up the back door. I have a gun, by the way, in my back pocket or my back belt because I saw someone else do it and it looked really cool. So that's the way he's gonna hold his gun for a minute. And he has his hand on it, his right hand. As he opens up the door, it's like, hello.
There is Mother Courage. And she says, young man, it seems we have a bit of a conversation we have to have.
Yes, we absolutely do. There's been a lot going on.
There's a problem, and we'll have to speak about it. Come. And she's
inside or out?
inside.
Okay. He's going to close the door. He's going to usher her into that bottom basement area.
One moment. She walks in and down in the basement. And as you're walking in, Charlie goes, I've got a call for Oscar. There's a guy on the phone for Oscar.
A guy for Oscar. Hold on. Oh, Mother Courage. Give me a second. He's going to come over and he's like, hello.
Is this Oscar?
Yes.
I need a deceive from you. I need a deceive from you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise I'm going to say, JK,
Mm-hmm.
we're playing jokes
Mm-hmm.
today.
I'm going to need a... Mm-hmm.
Well, you're saying?
Yeah, that is what I'm going to need from you. And I'm going to need you to roll well on that. Okay.
That's a superb.
That is a
I
superb.
qualified that as well.
Yep. So let me roll my, my empathy. How is my empathy? How is it? It seems
Depends
to
on
be.
Depends on the caller.
Yeah. Let me roll it. You're gonna want to be successful here. Okay. You're gonna get a boost.
Well done. Well done.
All right.
And then the man on the other end of the phone says, we have a problem, a very serious problem. I need your help. I need your help. I need it now.
What is this problem?
It's, you know who I am.
Remind me who you are.
And he drops the French accent, and he goes, it's, Kreisberger. Listen,
Sing your song.
The cell you're embedded in, they have, one of them has made away with Colette. I had her, and she,
Where is she? Do you know?
this Regina, this one, she stole her from me. She has her, and it's worse than you think.
Why has she stolen these from you? Why did you let these happen?
Listen, it's very dangerous right now. I cannot speak long. I've got to...
I think it is dangerous for you.
Listen to me.
It is dangerous for me, too.
Listen.
What would you like for me to do?
I know where she is. I know where she's being held, Colette. But I have a military intelligence agent with me, and I cannot eliminate the problem of Colette with this man with me. He still thinks I need you to go there and kill everyone in that place.
Then it shall be done.
And please, you have to get there before I do.
I will clean up your mess.
Thank you. And I will ask you for a favor, and I know this favor is difficult.
That is bold of you.
I know. I need you to not tell Colonel Hassel about this at all.
Colonel Hassel.
Just
know nothing about these.
Good.
So long as We both play our cards right, huh?
All right. I will stall as long as I can. I will try to... my knees are not in a good space, and I can just be slower than
dancing knees, no.
Than necessary, but military intelligence cannot get her. She would expose me. So you have to kill her and anyone in that place. Let me give you the address. And he gives you the address of the place, the apartment that you know the address because you wrote the fake deed, the address that you gave to Luke and his mother.
Okay.
So I will slow down as much as possible, but if you want this work to, you just have to kill everyone. And I don't.
Everyone.
And I can't do it with him with me, and not my state, and I can't do it. You have to do this.
I'm hearing words, but they are sounding a lot like...
I have to go. He's coming. And the phone hangs up.
Excuses.
And over in the woods, Regina and Luke are out in the woods.
Imagine we're in a tree.
In a tree. And he is climbing up this tree to put this radio antenna up at the top of the tree so that Regina can make her broadcast. When he finally gets down, he watches with great interest to what she's doing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, there is a military intelligence agent and another military intelligence agent on their way towards the home where Luke's mother Marie is and where Colette is being kept. They're there to rescue her from her kidnappers. And the hope is that before they get there, our very good assassin, Oscar Miller, will murder everyone in that house. Also on the way to that apartment is Hannah Roth, who's been called to go and give medical care to the woman at that apartment. People are planning some murder. We will see who's in that apartment when it happens, if it happens. And that's where we're taking break. We're taking break right there with Helene Weigel in Sylvie's apartment with Mark Calvé asking real quick for a little bit of murder help, real fast, a little bit of murder help, because he would rather you do it before he has to do it. But if he has to do it, he will. If he has to do it, he's going to have to kill his colleague as well, and that'll be a little bit tricky. We're gonna go on break. We're gonna go on break. We have, let me see if we have any donations to let out. We do not, but we do have some support from Prax for all the besties, and I'm very excited for it. All the fires are coming to fruition, everyone, and we're gonna see how they all work out.
Team Chaos.
Team Chaos. You did a very good deceive.
Yeah, that was a moment that I've lived for.
You did a very good deceive. I want to thank all the anonymous cheerer for those rewards, for those gift subs. Thank you. People need to be murdered. We're going to find out who it is. We're going to go on break, everybody. When we go on break, enjoy our period radio. Stretch your legs. Drink some water. I am very concerned about who it is who's going to get murdered, but oh, I should say one more thing. On another end of town, just one more thing that you should know. At 84 Avenue Foch, Gestapo headquarters, the SS headquarters, a package arrives. And it's delivered to the head of the SS, who's the boss of the Gestapo and the Securitätsdienst. And that man, Dr. Bones, Knochen, takes this box. He opens it up. And there's a severed head in that box. The severed head of Henri Lafont, the head of the French Gestapo. And when he sees the head of one of his people, he laughs. And he calls the man, the general in charge of all of occupied France, with a trump card. That's where we're going to break. And I would like to thank Rissa for those bits. Thank you for those 500 bits. And somebody's very excited about having a severed head of one of their subordinates in their office.
Maybe a little too excited, some might say.
Maybe a little too excited. We're going to break, everybody. We will see you all in, in 10 minutes. Bye, everybody.
This is Australia. We have followed with great interest the press accounts of the formation and early training of an American Women's Army Service Corps. A similar unit has been in existence in this country for some time. Its members are already doing important work all through the Anzac Battle area. Here is Patricia Jarrett interviewing Lieutenant Colonel Sybil Irving, controller of the Australian Women's Army Service.
This is Patricia Jarrett speaking from Melbourne, Australia. This time introducing to you the controller of the Australian Women's Army Service, Lieutenant Colonel Sybil Irving. In America, you have your own Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, so you will appreciate how proud we Australians are of the thousands of women and girls who have enlisted in our Australian Women's Army Service since it was formed in January 1942. It is also the baby of our women's services, but already its members have been called upon to serve all over Australia, and that takes in a lot of territory because Australia is about the same size as the United States. Before I ask Colonel Irving to tell you something of the work and the life in this Women's Army Service, I'd like to describe briefly the uniform she wears. It is a jacket and skirts of khaki. On each shoulder there is a crown and star to denote her rank, and also the metal initials AWAS, showing the service to which she belongs. Then, instead of a forage cap, Colonel Irving wears a khaki felt hat with the Australian Army badge in the front. But Colonel Irving can tell you that there is a lot more to enlisting in the Australian Women's Army Service than just the wearing of a smart uniform. Yes, indeed. Some of the members of the Australian Women's Army Service had to travel 1,000 miles from their homes to the nearest capital city to enlist. We do endeavour to keep the women working as near to their homes as possible, but they are expected and are willing to go wherever they are most needed. The whole purpose of the Australian Women's Army Service is to train women to replace men for more active service in operational areas in whatever jobs women can do equally well as men. Now, Colonel Irving, let's suppose that I joined the Women's Army Service. What would happen to me? You would be enlisted, taking the oath of allegiance in the same way as any other soldier, undertaking to serve your country for the duration of this war. You would then be sent to a recruits training school in or near the capital city in the state in which you enlisted. After some weeks' training, you'll be posted to your unit. What's the kind of training? Certain periods of physical training, drill, lectures in army organization, and initiation into the discipline of the army. And how do you find the average girl reacts to all this, coming from civilian life into the army? Very well indeed. She is in a slight fog for the first couple of days, but I find that she soon settles down to an ordered life, rising at 6:30 a.m. and having lights out at 10 p.m. Actually, I think the average girl or woman who joins the army has a spirit which enables her to adjust herself quickly to the new life. For instance, only the other day, I saw several hundred members of the Australian Women's Army Service who had come from all parts of the country to begin a course of training that will eventually fit them to take their place in the Australian Corps signals. They settled down to a job in 3 days. Well, that was quick work, Colonel Irving. And what will they be doing later on? Practically all signals work. Line operators, radio telegraphists, signals clerks, switchboard and teleprinter operators. And what about army cooks? After all, I imagine that old one about an army marching on its stomach applies equally well to the woman. It certainly does. and women are cooking not only for women, but also for men in camps throughout the country. One interesting fact about the cooks is that the majority are extremely young, about 20 years of age. Some have had experience as cooks before they enlisted, others have had special training at our army cooking schools, and all are capable of cooking on improvised camp ovens as well as modern stoves.
Well, that is one kind of fire, Colonel Irving. But what about women who are enlisting now for service with the anti-aircraft batteries? That may be frontline service.
Yes, that is so. And the work is similar to that undertaken for some time by the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service in Great Britain. We will train Australian women to do everything there is to be done in an anti-aircraft battery, except actually to fire the gun. Then, of course, the Australian Women's Army Service members are also serving in important defence areas in Australia, doing work which not only requires great skill, but also great trustworthiness. Besides these jobs, we have clerks, stenographers, mess stewards, draftswomen, canteen attendants, toilettes, equipment preparers, and transport and ambulance drivers.
What, for instance, would be the work of an ambulance driver?
They are manning ambulance car companies, except in the highly technical workshop section. Although, in one place I visited recently, I saw members of the Army Service repairing a vehicle which had turned a somersault. They do all the maintenance work on vehicles and drive at all hours of the day and night on shift work. As well as this, they are driving cars and trucks. Well, it might be interesting for members of the United States Women's Auxiliary Army Corps to know that members of the Australian Women's Army Service are driving staff cars for the officers of the United States Army Force in Australia.
One more question, Colonel Irving, about the rank in the Australian Women's Army Service.
Everyone starts as a private, and promotion depends on merit. Rankings are the same as for the Army, and in several cases I know of, friendly competition goes on between husband and wife as to who will get their sergeant's chevrons first, and then who will get a commission. Sometimes it does happen that a wife gets a commission before her husband.
There is nothing to stop a married woman enlisting in the Australian Women's Army Service.
Only if she has young children dependent upon her support. A number of women in the Australian Women's Army Service have husbands in the Army, and there are some who got their 3 days leave like any other soldier and married when their fiancés returned from the Middle East.
Well, that's a happy ending. For now, our time is up, and here's Colonel Irving to say goodbye.
Sincere greetings to members of the United States Women's Army Auxiliary Corps and to all American women in uniform from the Australian Women's Army Service. We hope that someday some of us may meet. Good luck and good courage to you all.
Well, that was an interview between Patricia Jarrett and Lieutenant Colonel Sybil Irving, Controller of the Australian Women's Army Service. This is the morning program from Australia for the eastern states of North America. Until our short news summary, in 27 minutes' time, we have music from operetta, and the program commences
change my eye concept, okay?
Hello, everybody. We're in. Dot was going to tell me something really exciting, but then we're live, so she can't tell me. But I think that she's changed her eye concept.
I super changed my eye concept.
Okay, I'm excited to hear it. So when we left off last, it was late Tuesday evening, and we have a couple of things happening all at once. There's a bunch of things converging because there's actually there's a really paying the piper, and also that's an impending issue, and there is a really weird tense feeling in Paris right now. The French police force just had to assassinate 100 people. And there are communist flyers everywhere denouncing this. So there's a lot of riling up happening in the moment. There is, and I just want to point out for our opening, that artwork, the music is written by Lizard Eats Flies, who's amazing. And the actual video was done by Iffy, a Frithiel, who is also super amazing. So yes, so here's what you got. And you can there's a vibe in the city right now. 100 people were just killed. They ended up not being French, they ended up being Russian citizens rather than French citizens, but that just happened. And there is a lot of communist propaganda flyers out in the streets right now at this moment. And this big poster, this big speech of Pétain's just came out where he's just like, I'm basically doing some stuff. The last bit of his speech, which I thought was such a, it is what it is, right? The last part of his speech was, I know by my calling what victory is. I see today what defeat is. I've received the heritage of a wounded France. It is my duty to defend that heritage by maintaining your aspirations and your rights. In 1917, I put an end to mutiny. In 1940, I put an end to rout. Today, I wish to save you from yourselves. When a man of my age dedicates his person to his country, there is no sacrifice that he can evade. His only concern is the public salvation. Remember this. If a beaten country is divided against itself, it dies. If a beaten country can unite, it is reborn. Vive la France. So, there are no political, so that is everywhere. There's this, and it's goes on forever. There's right. So you've got this poster of Pétain's speech, basically saying he's abolishing all political parties and allowing a tribunal that will let him just kill people if he wants to, and all of this, and he's going to save the French from themselves. 100 people were just killed. People are starving. There has been rumor and heard that there was a gun battle between the communists and some of the French secret police in the streets that resulted in a lot of deaths. I mean, people heard about there was trucks on fire out on the street. So everybody's in a space. And at this moment, Hannah Roth is making her way towards this one apartment to go and help someone. And in that apartment, a woman, Colette, codenamed Colette, who is apparently trying to organize an assassination attempt on Hitler. We don't know if that's true or not, but that is what people are saying, is very, very injured and suffering and needs help. And Luke's mother is there waiting. On the other side of town, Sylvie and Oscar have just dealt with a very strange meeting with the head of the police, whose police officers are putting up posters right now, where they're trying to. What was going on there is it's interesting. He wanted to know what she knew about basically the Gestapo and military. She wanted to know what you knew about the Germans, and that conversation sort of ended. And at Bricktops, Mother Courage has showed up saying that there is a problem, and you got a call from Mark Calvé needing some help from his good buddy, his best pal, Oscar. He wants Oscar to do a little bit of assassination for him. And before I move to the next place we're going to go, I just need to ask, did you ever get around, Oscar, to telling Tango that you were, what was up with you? Or did you not have that conversation?
That's a big negative.
Yeah, okay, so you never had that conversation, my dearest Tango. So all you know is that some German who was in disguise as a French person, said that just to recap that conversation for you, as a person who does not know what's going on with Oscar, yeah, somebody called for Oscar and then says, hey, buddy, that person in the cell that you're embedded in, that you have been assigned to, Regina, just rescued Colette, and you need to kill her before she says anything and like gives the game away. So, here's where she's at, and it's Luke's apartment. Please go and kill her before, things come out. And then also, please just don't tell Tristan Hassel.
Yeah. Kill everyone. Don't tell Tristan. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. And so you all are in that space. Let's go over, shall we, to Dot. Let's just talk a little bit about Regina and Luke out in the woods, having a really lovely time, because it's Luke's birthday.
It's Luke's birthday.
It's Luke's birthday, and they're out camping, and you have made a radio broadcast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Could I get a roll for you if you don't mind?
Yeah, a little electronics activity.
Yes, please.
4.
Okay. You are up by 2 at the moment. Oh, okay. I might need my fate points for other things. Yep. Okay. One more go. Yeah, that's okay. So let's talk about how this happens. You get poor Luke is climbed up in this tree, right? I imagine you probably got him up super early in the morning for your early morning.
Oh yeah. Sun was up. We were up.
Yeah. Although I do get my fate points back for a new scene. Although no, although technically you do get your fate points back at every scene, but I don't do that. I actually give myself fate points back when I use all of them. I make it a little bit harder for myself to get fate points back because that's what I do. And so you make this radio broadcast, and you know what's really interesting about it? The signal is so clear. You are out in the middle of nowhere. The signal is so clear, which could be very bad for you because the signal is so clear, but
you know what? It's okay. It's all in code anyways, right?
But also you're kind of remote, so the detector vans,
true.
Right, are not
There's no
really,
vans looking for me.
Yeah. There are radar stations that could get you, but you're pretty far out there, and you have you finish your broadcast, which is, to be fair, probably a 40-minute broadcast. You finish it in 20 minutes. Like, you are so fast. But I think one of the reasons why it is so fast is because of the connection between you and Ophelia. You never have to repeat anything. Like, she gets every single bit of your code
every time.
And when she codes back, you know exactly because sometimes it's like, wait, was that a dit da, or was that a dit dit da? Like, and so sometimes it's
there's no question with
there's
us.
no question. It's just automatic.
I see you, Pumpkinberry. I see you.
Oh yeah. Oh, Pumpkinberry's right there. And Ophelia, it's just this sort of amazing. Oh, by the way, Pumpkinberry, can you message me right now? If you would tell me what Shakespeare you end your message with, that would be really great.
No.
I'm going to leave that to you, my dearest Pumpkinberry, to just let me know what private message you give to. Yeah, you can just put me in I think I've got my
on it. I love you.
Oh yeah. Just give it to me, PB. I've got a.
So for those of you that don't know, Pumpkinberry got a chance to play Ophelia in a one-shot that we did in the past. So for anybody that doesn't know, that's why we're having Pumpkinberry send super secret lesbian love chats.
So I've got a Discord up. You could just message me. So tell me, what do you tell them? Oh, by the way, PB, I don't know if I told you. You gave her a present. There was this present that you had sent her back in season 1 that Falstaff just never delivered because
he's an asshole.
Because they stabbed him in the face.
He needed that bottle.
Because he's an asshole.
And it was
that bottle.
And then we almost killed him.
No, we saved him.
We saved him from other people almost killing him.
Which was also them.
Saved him from other people who drugged him.
Correct. That's the history that I recall.
Which is a brooch. It's a brooch that's also a spy camera. So it's a little.
It's very cool, and I wear it all the time.
Yeah. So she's wearing your brooch all the time. So what message do you send them as Luke sits very close to you, watching everything you do? right? He finds this fascinating. So he's just like watching you do the radio stuff and trying to figure out how
What's
it works.
going down.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has no idea what kind of codes you're sending, but he finds this really fascinating.
Yeah, the last time I made him row a boat.
Yeah.
The whole time, and then we jumped out of it and went into the sewers. So that he probably gets a better opportunity now. Okay. I send the first thing I'm gonna do is tell them that our 2 weeks of laying low was unsuccessful. That was a failed mission. For sure, we did not lie low. In fact, French gangsters are being used under German military. Under German
Gestapo.
No, Gestapo. I'm sorry, under Gestapo.
Yeah.
As French Gestapo, and they basically opened fire on our site. So I'm gonna just be real honest about the fact that
By the way, PB, please listen to what she's saying because you're getting all of this right now. Just know it.
that they attacked our club because of Tango. And I'm going to make it very clear, that's got to be made clear, that the recruit that they have sent us kind of shot one of them, kind of started a street war. Okay. Then I'm also going to have to tell them, because Regina now knows, that he has also spilled our double cover to the communists.
Oh, okay.
They gotta know he spilled our cover, because Regina didn't know until she was offered soup. And that is all I'm gonna say about that. Regina was very upset. It's fine. Our cover's been blown. Our double cover has been blown. The communists know, and that they are desperately interested in working with London, which is true. I finished that with, I do not trust them, period. Work with them at our own risk, period. And then I simply say at the end, I miss you. That's it. It's just that I miss you.
Those are the 3 most powerful words ever.
That's so romantic. I'm about to die.
It's not I love you, by the way, that I love so much. It's I miss you. That means so much more.
I missed you. And that I put in there is no Shakespeare. There is no verse to that.
Back from London, you get a couple of things. Yeah, that's really good. PB's right over here in my Discord right now. I just want you to know.
You can't one up me. All I had was 3 words.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay. Let me
I'm going to ask, do you tell London about anything else?
I was just trying to think if there was anything else to tell. We are not talking about Oscar yet. They do not need to know about Oscar. That is, Regina knows that is just.
Yeah, Stiver.
Lafont is dead.
They may not know who that is.
Oh, really?
They may not know. Like, you're their eyes and ears. Y'all are the ones in Paris.
So then,
like, because they're not in Paris.
We got a lot to talk about. We got to talk about Calais too. I got so much to say. I'm glad that there's nobody out here hunting me, because Regina's got a lot to say in this message.
And I'm gonna just note what London knows.
She would tell London that there is another double agent that we've uncovered. He goes by Calvé. He's posing as French, though he is German Gestapo. He kidnapped a woman we believe to be plotting an important assassination. That is all I say. That is all I say.
Just because they can't find you doesn't mean they're not recording you, right? Like, ears, eyes, and everywhere.
An important assassination. And there was something else about Calvé that I wanted to reveal. What was it? He has infiltrated.
Thank you.
Another one of our cells. We know that he was dating that other woman. And I think that's pretty fucking huge.
Yeah.
And so.
And that's the Tempest cell. Because
okay, if I know that if it's the Tempest cell, then I'll say that the Tempest has been infiltrated.
Yeah. And the thing is, you shouldn't know that, but because you trained her, you actually, I'm sure.
I actually do. Yeah. So I'll just say the Tempest cell has been infiltrated.
Okay. You get back. You get word that the downed pilot will be arriving shortly. Soon. Expect the downed pilot very soon. And that the downed pilot will be driven in rather than taking a train, and that's sort of like there's a little bit of dot there, you
Can I infer that ...
It's up to you.
Do I know the only driver they would trust to drive this person in?
Maybe. You
Regina
know,
doesn't want to get her heartstrings pulled too much. She doesn't want to get, she doesn't like to get her hopes up. So she just doesn't have any. Keep going.
So expect that pilot to be taken in and then move them forward.
Yeah. Oh, I need to add the art. That we have a large cache of art that's going to need to be moved over the next month. I cannot forget that. That we I don't know if I'm going to tell the plan yet because the plan's not actually in motion, so I don't want to lie to them. Just stand by. We have a large shipment of art that we're going to be procuring or rescuing.
You'll get encouragement with that. You'll also they also have been they've been hearing reports of shootings, what's going on. Right, what is happening?
Mass killings in the street. If we're just being honest.
Well,
right?
Okay then.
That's what they're doing. They're lining people up, and they are killing.
Yes, that is what
and
they're
we're
doing.
shipping them out of the city.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of okay, what's going on here? There is a question about whether or not you've met any of de Gaulle's people. So find out if de Gaulle has any people on the ground, because they don't seem to know if he does not or not. Keep an eye out on the communists, what they're up to. Be safe. Find out what is going on with the power structure of the city. What are the weaknesses? What are the things that can be exploited? Generally, you have it's clear. It's very clear now that you have been your cell has been moved into slightly different kinds of work than you were doing before.
Yeah.
Much larger, you're kind of being moved into slightly larger political work, wherein you're being asked to get more strategic intelligence that they can then use for to exploit. And at the end, there's a message.
Oh no!
And it is, out of this nettle, danger, we pluck this flower, safety. I would give all of my fame for a pot of ale and safety. Be wary then. Best safety lies in fear. P.S. The stars are not the same without you.
Regina finishes taking the notes back, closes her book, and looks at Luke and goes, "Well, we're done. Go get it." Gets to go back up to the top and
climbs up there and he pulls the antenna down so it isn't broken, and he comes all the way down and he goes, "So what now? It's my birthday."
It is your birthday, and I promised you that we would shoot the rifle.
Okay.
Well, we don't get to shoot it yet. You have to have something to shoot at. She goes in her bag and she pulls out 3 empty glass bottles from the bar. She hands them to him with some twine, maybe something. And she points and she says, "About, and I kind of point out, I want you to go 300 yards that way. String them up in a tree."
Because he realizes he has to go climb a tree again.
So yeah, now he's gonna go climb. Yeah. And while she's gone, I think that's when Regina finishes decoding what was sent to her by Ophelia. So by the time this poor kid runs 600 feet one direction up the trees, hangs them up, and comes back, Regina has hopefully finished kind of doing that.
And it is such a lovely Wednesday when you go to shoot. Could I get one shoot from you?
Yeah.
If I could.
I imagine we climb a tree. Regina pulls it out of its case. This is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah.
I think for the first. This is the first time we've really seen this weapon.
How impressive is this sniper rifle?
Well, I think at the time, so this is before we start getting a lot of custom sniper rifles
Mhm.
later in the war,
Hmm.
and we start making like more high-powered rifles because this
Mhm.
would have been what she had as a teenager.
Hmm.
So this is probably like a low turret sniper rifle. It's probably German, so it's manufactured by like what Mauser
Hmm.
would have
Hmm.
been the gun factory of the time, and so it's very impressive, like deep wooden uh butt on it. It's in pieces, and so Regina like shows him how to put it together. Right.
Can you give me
Uh,
academics,
oh yeah.
if you would?
Da. 4 great.
Oh,
That's
that's
my
good.
number today. Man,
Because
I really wish
his
I was rolling that last week, Trooper. I'm just gonna be real
because
honest with you.
because his academics. Hey, thank you, Goldheart Gaming. His academics are not so great. So like he struggles, but you are a very good teacher, right? So like you can tell
Okay.
that it's hard for him to sort of it's like the technical details of the weapon. Like he has a really hard time with like his spatial. It's like a, you have like dyslexia or dyscalculia, that kind of a
Mhm.
thing. He has a problem with that kind of spatial thing, and so it's like it's difficult for him. But you're a very good teacher, and he sort of gets like
It's like slow pace. Regina
yeah.
may do something like take this twine. Okay, yeah, and each of the pieces, and she'll like tie a piece of twine and make like a small tag. And it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Like we have to learn in order. And so she doesn't judge him for not being able to break it down. And so she like, we label them, we tag them. I put it together, I break it apart, you put it together. And we kind of do that for a while. I'm sure he gets tired of it before I let him actually shoot the damn thing.
Yeah, he's a little frustrated, mostly at himself. Do you know what I mean? But he's very interested, right, in trying to do this right and trying to be good at it.
Yeah. I hear that. And
Yeah.
I think as we're doing it, Regina goes, "Do you remember the question that I asked you that night in the van?
Oh,
We picked you up from the club."
you and Oscar.
Yes.
You told me that I had to take care of my family, and is it?
No. Do you remember what I asked you?
I remember in the bunker you asked me what I wanted to do after the war.
Have you thought on that?
Don't know how to do anything.
Regina smiles once again. What do you want?
I don't. I want everyone in Bricktops to stay together, and I want to work there, and I want to just work at the bar for all my life, and watch Sylvie sing, and help you with the glasses, and just. I just like to be there with everyone, and it's the place is a bit magic, don't you think? It's when Sylvie's singing and the lights are low and everybody's there. It's really nice.
Yes, there's a reason I stayed. It does have a magical appeal. If that's really what you want.
Oh, I could be a bartender like Charlie. I could maybe learn that, and then
I'm sure Charlie would be happy to teach you and to have somebody do it for her.
really.
She is extremely hardworking woman.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to be a bartender, and I am also now 17, so I am a man.
Okay, this is all well and good. I'm glad to know that you've thought about it at least. Because the skills that I'm about to teach you are meant for. They're not meant for what comes after a war. They're meant for war. For fighting. And every time you go to use a gun, specifically this one, you have to know that you are fighting for something. It's well and good to fight. But then aren't we just murderers if it has no purpose? Nobody we are trying to save or do better for? So I say that because I'm glad to know you have something to think about. Because the war is coming. And as a man, you need to hear that. You're fighting, or will be, in one. I want you to be prepared to fight for the things that you love and the things that you want. And not the way that horrid German youth is teaching you.
French youth.
Really. French youth, I'm sorry.
But they tell me that I do have to fight, and that all of us, even the 14-year-olds, we'll have to fight, and I don't want to with them. I don't want to fight you.
Well, hopefully that won't be the case. This won't be the last lesson. Remember, when I started, I was also on the side I didn't want to be on, fighting for the other guy.
You said I have to stay with them for a while.
You have to lie low, but you can also learn a lot of information for us. Have you thought of this?
No? How? I mean, I'm really bad at all the things they're trying to teach me. Also, I hate them.
It's okay to be bad at things. The goal is to make them think that you're bad at the things you're actually good at. Let them underestimate you. It means that they don't worry about you. They don't think about you, which is the moment you can listen and watch and steal.
I can do that.
A great spy is never seen.
I'm a little worried.
About?
I have a bad feeling about the next week or so, few days. I have a bad feeling. There's a lot of talk.
About?
Everyone in my group, they're angry. And they keep talking about the communists and how they are cowards and how they betrayed France. And they talk about Roma and a lot of people. And they're always so angry, and our leaders make us angrier. And there's all this talk about going out into the streets and teaching people lessons, and it's just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel. There's a lot of talk about violence.
Bad things. Yes.
Yeah. And I just feel it just feels so tense. Like it's not like when I was with the gang. It was different with the gang. I don't know. It wasn't so big. You were a family, and you were mad at this other gang over there because they had, they were doing the things that you wanted to do, and maybe punch them a little bit, and but they're talking really big things, and I'm a little worried.
Well, I guess we will have to face that when the time comes. But I want you to know that no matter what you do under their roof and under their uniform, I know that that is not what you fight for, right? You just told me that.
I fight for you and Oscar and Tango and Sylvie and my mom.
Your mother is a good woman. Listen to her. Look at me. She has done a lot for you. You and I both know that. And she loves you. Look at me. And she wants what's best for you. And I know that you are a man. And you're 17. and you're holding a gun. But she's still your mother, and that is stronger than any bullet. So treat her nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pick up the gun.
She never lets me
Show
do
me-
anything, though.
Say, I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Pick up the gun. Show me how to hold it.
And he, like, tries to sort of follow all of the skills that you had taught him to sort of frame it.
Yeah, and she does everything from like, okay, breathe, and she might even do something like
He rolls a 1 if you're giving it a bonus. He's actually not bad.
okay.
Right? It's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, well, I was only a 2. We're doing this together.
Yeah,
Regina's
yeah,
never
yeah.
taught anybody how to shoot. She only ever shoots herself. So she says, okay, this gun, a gun, any gun. In the East, many weapons are believed to be art.
In the East, like Romania? Bulgaria.
Farther east.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Many believe that the weapon is art. That it is more than just a killing thing. Anytime you draw your weapon, you always keep your finger off the trigger.
How can you shoot people?
Because, do you know, the samurai, they use a sword.
Don't know what that is. What is that?
Great, I'm going to tell you. And she says they use a sword, a curved one, a sharp blade. They never remove that sword from its sheath unless they plan to use it to kill someone.
Why would you use a sword when you could use it? Never mind, go on. I mean, and he pulls out a switchblade. I have a knife.
This is great, but now you don that weapon. Are you prepared to use it to hurt somebody?
No, there's no one to hurt.
Then put it away. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Oh.
When you don a weapon, you never put your finger on the trigger unless you are willing to pull it and shoot the other person on the end. Their swords represent something more than just a weapon. It is what they stand for, how they represent themselves. So when you draw your gun, and I kind of like lift it back up, you keep your finger off of the trigger. And when you're ready to shoot, you simply wrap your finger and squeeze, like you would that pretty girl's hand. Just a squeeze. Try again.
He jerked the trigger the last time, and his breathing was off.
Definitely jerked that trigger.
He did. He really did. And he actually fought. He fired like not in between breaths. It was a bit of a yeah.
We're gonna breathe. Squeeze. Aim for the bottle.
He's
still working it out.
He's still working it out. Oh, okay. You set up advantage for him. It looks like that to me. That you set up a good advantage.
That was the goal. Was to kind of like that
with
and
two.
Like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll try again for that third bottle, which he's missed all the time. That's a 2, no. But with those 2 free invokes, that's a 2 plus 1 is a 3.
That's the best he's got.
He actually hits it.
And I imagine we hear it like shatter off in the distance. Like, very good. See? When you have to draw your gun one day, to really use it, you have to remember to stay calm. The stakes will always be high. But remember why you're fighting.
My family.
This should always ground you. And in those moments of heightened situations, it should be the reminder to breathe and simply squeeze the trigger. Great. Okay. Now, we're done. Take it apart.
And he's like rolling his eyes, but he's into it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Meanwhile, speaking of calm, hey, Tango, across town, would you like a fate point? I would love to give you a fate point. I think that would be awesome.
I'm going to say...
Do you want to know what for? People in chat say no, but don't you want to know why?
Okay. What's the paint? What's the fate point for?
Well, you have the trouble aspect. My friends are my world. Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes. Go on.
And don't you really, really care about Sylvie?
Go on.
Don't you love her?
There's a word out there that maybe he
Mhm.
uses from time to time when no one's looking.
And didn't you just learn that maybe Oscar, who is alone with her in her apartment, is probably some kind of German Nazi bad guy who's maybe also a murderer, or is really fine with murdering people?
Yeah, who's gonna basically murder, got the kill order for Regina, right?
For everybody in that house, which could be Regina, because as far as you know, she's there, right? Like, you don't know.
Right.
Like a lot, yeah. Just like,
yeah, but he's got a kill order from someone who's in German, like,
yeah.
And
by the way, all women probably, right? Because that's that's Luke's mom, maybe Luke.
Oh, that's too good.
Some woman, and then also maybe Regina's also in there. But here's the thing: Oscar's alone with her right now.
Are you going to give me a fate point so that I role play out how much I'm going to kick the door down and try to beat Oscar's ass?
Yeah. I just feel like there is a big timer with danger happening over at that house, but I just kind of don't think you'd go to the house. I think you'd go over to Sylvie's place instead. I feel like Sylvie might be a bit more of a priority to you than...
Well, because I just know about Colette, right? Or did I also know that Regina got Colette?
That's what he said. He said that Regina rescued her and took her to this place. So, yeah. So you have two places that you could go. And I just feel like there's a fate point that says that you would go...
I'm going to say this for...
Talk to me about it.
A little dramatic tension here. He's going to slam the phone down. He's going to go to their Mother Russia. Or I'm sorry.
Mother Courage.
Mother Courage, which is, same thing. He's going to go to the Mother Courage and be like, I'm having a day.
Oh.
Be real quick. Because I have decisions to make. And I'm sorry, we haven't gotten together again since the last time we've gotten together. Your soup was so good. And you were just such a... He's just going to give her a hug, too.
She hugs you back. She's like taken aback a little bit, but then she gives you this really big hug.
I'm sorry, Adam. I don't know if that's appropriate. It's just...
It is all right. It is all right.
And there's so much... You know what the problem with communication is? Believing it's already happened. That's the problem with it. And we're just... Things are fucked, aren't they?
No. I think many things...
Good?
I think many things are going quite well. Actually.
I didn't know.
There are some things that are a problem, but...
oh, no.
I am hopeful about many things.
Oh, good.
I spoke to your Regina, and
isn't she the best?
No, she's a problem.
Right. I'm sorry. To other people, to be on the other end of that gun or whatever you want to call her mouth. Yeah.
No, actually, I'm speaking about the actual gun. Is what I'm speaking of.
Okay, not the mouth.
So she spoke with me. She has asked us for a joint operation, which is something that I want. It is something that is important to me. I want to help you, and I want you to help me. And I am happy for there to be this. And I'm very excited about the plan that we are going to do when we go into the Louvre on Wednesday. This is actually very convenient for us as well. We can help you with this art, and this will also help us. So I see our relationship as being one of mutual aid. And also...
and you also understand that being who you are, my friends aren't exactly as trusting.
I know. But let me tell you, your Regina put a gun in my daughter's face.
Oh, no.
And threatened to kill her.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
This is not acceptable. This is not how you treat your allies. This is...
She is suspicious.
She is on the edge. I am concerned about her.
I would say on the edge and then also add suspicious and then more after that. I understand, and we're in wartime, and even allies are suspicious of allies, right?
She also told me that I should not speak to anyone but her.
Did she?
She did. And my young man, I like her. My daughter does not like her, but I do like her. She is dangerous.
Strong, independent, intelligent, wonderful.
I am...
My best friend.
Yes, well, I am concerned about her, but I want you to know that I am committed to making this work, because I only see positives for us working together, and I know that we can save Paris. But I caution you.
It's going to take allies, and the problem here is that within allies, you have people of differing stances on who should be your allies.
Tango, she threatened to murder my daughter.
I will have a talk with her.
Please.
But I want to honor my friend's wishes, and you only talk to her at this point.
No.
Okay?
No. That I will not do. I will not have the only point of contact between us.
With someone who threatened your daughter with a gun, I get it.
And
but you have to
barely drank my
understand
soup.
that if you come to me around her and she talks to me and says, I only want to talk to you, it's a real weird thing. And I understand that my moralities here are all kinds of crisscross, but I trust her, and I don't know what happened. And I'm not saying that your daughter may have deserved a gun to her head. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she did. Or maybe Regina did it to get under your skin to get some kind of point. The problem here is that I know her, and I know where her heart lays in all this. So I have 100% approval of you two talking and Emily going through you, if that is her wishes. I'm going to talk to her regardless. If you want this ally to work, it has to go through her as well as me.
I am here to speak to you to say that I think you need to watch your friend. I think that she is not well. And you should perhaps...
She's trying to kill as many people as I've killed in the last month. It's just a thing that we do, It's no, that's not. No. Yeah,
I am worried about her safety.
Sure.
I'm worried that she is unstable. And so I'm speaking with you because I trust you, and I know that you are, well, despite what they say, I've always liked Americans. I've always found them to be
some
upfront.
Of us are pretty cool cats, Like some of us are...
I don't like your capitalism, but I like Americans. So I'm looking forward to our mission that we are doing together on Wednesday. And
what day is it? Tuesday?
Yeah, so tomorrow.
Okay, so tomorrow. And we're like, I tell you what, after Wednesday, can I come over Thursday when we have soup and we don't talk about anything but fond memories of our families? Can we do that?
Oui. Yes.
No talk. No serious talk. This is not you talking to me about anything else. This is us forgetting for a moment where we're at.
And the one last thing I must tell you, she is not generous. Her accounting is questionable.
Accounting?
Yes.
Well,
what I mean by this is, and this is important for us when we're working together, I lost 3 men and 1 woman early this morning, last night, when I came to save you.
Okay.
Regina's idea of back and forth involves more her getting things and us getting less. Everything is even when it is not even, and I am concerned about this. I am afraid that I'm afraid of this. We have made a deal that she will give me important information in return for helping her with the art, the Louvre. This is fair, but then this covers everything a bit, and it is a sort of accounting that makes me concerned because I want us to be working more fluidly with each other, and I hope that perhaps you can speak with her. I don't think she trusts me, and you said she's suspicious, and she is, and that suspicion is not healthy. It is.
That suspicion has kept her alive.
I know it's.
From all I understand of her life, so I understand. I get it. I'm going to talk to her. From me to you, and suspicion runs with everyone, especially in these times. But no, we shared soup. Okay.
She pinches your cheek. And please listen.
I know where your heart is, and that's where I care right now.
So I'm here just to let you know that it is worrisome. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I have surprises. It is good. And I hope everything will go well with her tomorrow, that it won't be that she won't try to. I hope that it will go well, because
she will not shoot you guys, as far as I'm aware.
Okay? I hope so. We are, to be honest with you, Tango, we are in an interesting position right now. There are a lot of heat on us at the moment.
I think there's there's got to be a way to balance the heat. Maybe exchange it evenly over some other folks, right?
Well, if we must take the heat to save others, we will. And we are finding ways to dissipate it, of course, but
you are the only ones out of all the cells actually trying to openly do things.
And we will
just
continue.
No, you're doing good things. And I appreciate that. Well, we all got to work together in some way.
And this is why I'm here. I want to work with her. I want to work with all of you. We are... this is a war. I don't know if you've seen what Pétain said today, abolishing all parties, including ours, everything. This is fascism. This cannot stand. And so, my good friend, I just want to make sure that you are all safe, and I was told that by your doctor woman that you are injured, so I wanted to make sure you were safe. And
yeah, there's a bandage that he can kind of takes over his bicep. Yeah. We had a night. Did you hear about our night?
Oh no, please tell me. And I'll just note again that there are people
get around yet. So I hope you have a great night.
Oh. Yes, well, please, if you would, just
soup on Thursday, right?
Yes.
I will talk to her.
Please try to help us see that this is.
I can't promise the reason with her, but I will at least talk to her.
All right. Good.
Baby steps. Some people take the long way around the moon, and some people can just turn on a dime. She's not one of those people that can just turn on a dime. All right, we'll get her.
I am trying, of course. This is important to me because I want to win this war.
I'm going to kiss her on the forehead, and I'm going to say after that, I was like, I hope your family is well, and I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, my friend, we will see. I will see you tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to all the boxes you're going to make, and your clandestine plan, whatever it is. I do not know all of it, but I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, apparently there's a whole plan. It's great.
Well, so I will leave you, and
Okay.
there's a tick mark to the apartment, and she just pats your cheek and says, Regina reminds me a little bit of my daughter. They're a little bit too much alike, and that might be a problem.
Born with a sniper rifle in her hand? No, I understand. Yeah.
No, hard sometimes. They're a little bit too hard. But
yeah, the amount of, you know what? I'm not going to go there. I'm a fan of my best friend, so.
I appreciate that. Well, I will see you. And she makes her way out, and she says, before she leaves, she says, I'm glad that none of you were killed. I'm glad.
Can you send me any next of kin for the ones that were killed for you guys last night?
I take care of my people. They're my family, and I will take care of it, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
what is that, like a gift basket, or you give them like a
one moment.
Is that like some salted meats, or do you give them a card of warm happiness? Because I kind of want to give them, I don't know if you know this, but I hand make all my own cards I give people for Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever holiday. It's just a thing I like to do. I always, you can buy cards, but it always means more when you just make it yourself. You know what I mean?
You Americans with your capitalism, it's always so strange. Well,
capitalism, I was talking about saving money, not spending it.
Material goods are not important unless they're food. I'm going. I actually have quite a lot to plan before tomorrow. We have many irons in the fire that I hopefully will...
I'm going to make 4 cards, and I'm just going to give them to you after that.
Thank you.
All right. Have a wonderful night.
And she leaves, and that's one tick. Oscar and Sylvie are in the apartment, and Helene Weigel is there, and she says, well, young man, I'm very glad to your... and she just gives you a hug. She just gives you this, like, big hug.
Oh.
Oscar, she gives the hug to. She gives Oscar this huge hug. And
Is she in the apartment yet?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
And she pats your heart. So,
I don't mind people hugging in front of me.
Both of you, is it fair to say that you all will be in the show? Mel spoke highly of you once he knew you were here, and he said that you would volunteer willingly once he found you.
Yeah.
He spoke often of you, even before we made our way here. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm very sorry. But if you would help us with this, I think is what he would want. And please, Miss Moreau, I would also be happy for you to be in this show as well. It's, if you would,
I don't think you would want me in it right now.
We have some time. We don't even have a theater yet, unfortunately.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. I've been thinking about it, and just with everything going on, especially with what happened and everything. I think it would only be right if we held it at our space.
Thank you. Well, I should go. Yeah, it was about 6, which is why it's about 7 o'clock right now. It's 7 o'clock in game time. And she pulls out 2 scripts. I have brought scripts. If you have...
I have one.
Oh, well, perhaps you could recruit... perhaps you could recruit some others. We lost 8 people at Bricktops, and well, thank you, and thank you for getting us all out of there. It
would certainly have been better if you weren't there at all, I imagine.
Yeah. Auf Wiedersehen. And she sort of nods to both of you. And before she leaves, she just gives Oscar this very sort of deep look of sorrow.
Oscar would follow her out, and he doesn't mean this to sound intimidating, so he's not playing it as such. He's playing it as direct, and he would say to her, I appreciate your concern. I appreciate the affection that you had for Mel, and that you're now transferring to me. Speak no more of him, please.
And she puts her hand on your shoulder, and she says, we all process grief in our own way. But there will be a time when you wish to speak with someone who knew him about him. I will probably not be here in France. I won't be here very long. But I will be in America, and I will give you the address where you can message me if you ever need to speak to someone who knew him. He was very promising. And maybe now you cannot, but you will at one time. And I will listen to you then. And she just squeezes your deltoid, and she makes her way out the back of the apartment. Tango, I did mention that I had a fate point for you. Would you like it?
So Tango is standing there outside the front of Bricktops.
Charlie's on the inside.
Yeah. He's just got a phone call. Mm-hmm. On top of a phone call, he had to talk through something else.
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting there, and he's just almost like there's 2 roads, right? Like if there were, he's looking at one, he's looking at the other. And he just thinks to himself, I just don't think he's gonna harm her. I have to take that chance for my friend. And he's going to not take your fate point.
Give me a fate point instead, then. If you don't want that fate point.
I don't.
Ruin my fun.
Yeah, well. You gave me a whole lot of shit I have to worry about. So. Yeah, let me get my own fate point, put it out there, and then delete it. So there we go. So I just leave my own fate point.
Fair.
And that is my friends in my world in general too. Yeah. And that is me thinking through that Oscar's a lot of things. And yes, he's been asked to kill people, but he has not been asked to kill Sylvie. But it sounds like Regina's in danger, and I will go to the ends of the earth for my best friend over there. And I want to do it.
Okay.
So he's going to start his way down that path.
My question for you is, do you tell anyone before you leave? Because you just walked out of the bar.
I'm going to look at... Charlie's there just tending to the bar.
Yeah,
right?
she's waiting for you all to get back like in a couple of hours. She's like, you'll be back soon.
I'm gonna come over and be like, I think Regina's in danger, and I want to try to find her. Okay. I need you to be here in case other people show up, and you can tell them where to find me.
Should you be?
I'm going to give her the address. There it is.
Should you be going by yourself? I mean,
I have no option here, Charlie. He's just going to pull a gun and put it in the back of his belt.
Wait, I could come with you.
You want to come with me to save? All right. You know what? In second thought, why don't you come with me and let's save her?
Take a fate point.
What a team up.
We'll get there. She goes, but I better call Sylvie because she should know.
Right.
She'd want to know. And she calls Sylvie's apartment.
Mm-hmm. One up me on the sweet side. Damn it, Charlie.
Ring, ring.
Always doing that.
Ring.
I really hate you, Charlie, for doing that. I was going to call her too, I care.
Charlie gets there first. You've come to an understanding, but yeah. Sylvie?
Yes.
It's me, Charlie. Something's going down with Regina. She's in trouble.
What? What's going on?
I don't know. Tango said that she's in trouble and we've got to go find her and save her.
Where?
And she names the address, which she doesn't know where it is, but you do. It's the address. It's the apartment that you gave Luke and his mother. But she has not been looked into that. She doesn't actually know.
Oh, thanks for the information. And
Oh,
Sylvie hangs up and she turns to Oscar. Oscar, Regina's in trouble. We have to go.
Tango, she just hung up on me.
Two things pass over Oscar's face. One is, how can Regina be in trouble? And two, who said, we just left there. How could Regina was not there? How could she be in trouble?
We didn't see her. That's how she could be in trouble. You take her eyes off her for 2 minutes and she's in trouble.
I have been around for a while now, and I don't remember Regina being in trouble.
Well, she's
always almost in trouble, but she's never in trouble.
Before you got here, she was in trouble every minute of the day. Anyway,
So
this is the address, and you can get us there really quick on the motorcycle. And anyway, Charlie and Tango are on their way. We have to go right now. And Sylvie's just like out the door. She's gone. She's gone.
I was going to say, he
down the
doesn't. I'm
Another
going to
checkpoint.
I'm going to use my advantage. The door is my shield. As he keeps it closed for a second.
Yep.
He looks at Sylvie.
Yep.
Spares one heartbeat and says, "It's not going to make a difference if I argue with you, is it?"
You want me to jump out the window or not?
He opens the door.
Everyone is converging on this apartment at this moment. And I'm going to bring up just a little bit of music, but it's not the music you think it is going to be. We have a bit of a race at this moment.
Is this the holiday Starbucks collection?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Could I get 5 free downloads with your grande?
And we're gonna see how this goes. Yeah, and there are gonna be a couple things here. Yeah. So these are our villains. This is y'all. We're gonna also put. We're gonna have to do some double because they're a couple of people. And we're gonna put Charlie and Tango, and I'm just gonna have just a little bit of Hannah on the side as well, just like Mambo number 5, but different because it's
with Hannah.
Yeah. So all of you are on your way, and military intelligence has a head start on you. So let's let's have a little bit of music, shall we? Let's put in a little bit of a sound. I really want something. I want the perfect thing. What I want is to talk, like, so this is like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and everybody's racing towards this apartment. And we're gonna shift the globe to Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday morning, and Luke and Regina have packed up everything. They've got their bikes, and they're going to head home. It's a beautiful, beautiful day.
30 miles?
Yeah, it's about 30 miles. So it's gonna be a long ride. But it's a beautiful day. And I would love to know how Regina feels this moment as you are riding through the beautiful countryside, with, no Nazis anywhere, and there's Luke.
I imagine that Regina has strapped the camera to the front of the bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like pedaling, and she's just like taking photos as they like move through the French countryside back towards the city. And she rags Luke the whole way. Back. You're you're a man now. Keep up. Come on.
And he's he smokes a lot, so he's working on it. And
she probably says that too.
Yeah.
Think about that the next time.
And he's like, smoking is healthy.
Too, so
Doctor say so. And this pair of you are heading close to.
You know what she says? Doctors used to think leeches solved everything.
And you both are riding, and you can see as the sun rises over the city of light, you can see Paris approaching you. And it seems so peaceful and beautiful. And I am sure that when you get there, all will be well. Speaking of which, let's go back to the night before. You are all headed towards this apartment. Let's start with Tango and Charlie. I need you to make a roll to get there. How are you going to get there? The bikes are gone. Both bicycles are gone. You have the motorcycle's gone. You've got.
I'm going to stand out in the middle of the street. I'm going to wave the first car that comes down.
What are you going to roll for that one? Deceive? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I'm going to roll fate point.
To reroll?
Yeah.
On what grounds? Oh, we don't need this music now. Now we need the other music. This is our sort of happy Regina and
riding through the
countryside. Yeah. We need this one. Mm-hmm. No. I think
I'm going to say, even though I'm deceiving, it's going to be the unlikely leader.
Yep. Yes.
And
yep.
At that point, it's going to be looking at the car and be like, "Your country needs you."
And
and that's a great.
Okay.
So it's going to be whoever that car owner is. Is like, I need to commandeer your vehicle.
Okay.
This is a matter of importance and secrecy.
And
as in who we are, do not ask.
Charlie,
and I'm going to have a gun.
is going to aid you.
Okay.
She's going to assist you by giving you a +1. She is going to stand right by you in the most threatening and looming way. You have never seen her act like this before, because she's fairly jolly. But in this moment, you're like, oh, she has probably been in some very tough scrapes before. At this moment, you're like, okay, there's a kind of.
That's kind of hot. Not even find you attractive, but
and she's just looming. And this person, right? This person who's there, who's just a regular old person, looks at you, gets up, gets out of the car, and just steps back. But I would like to ask you really quickly, what accent did you use when you said this to them? I need to know what accent you were using. Because this was a deceive, and I just need to know.
This was a deceive, and I'm actually going to say a French accent.
Okay.
And
Just note it.
and then I'm actually going to look at them and say, "What is your address?" Huh?
The person who's there is a slightly older man who's dressed pretty well. The minute you say that, he runs. He bolts. Like you have a gun. There's this like butch black woman who looks very threatening, and you want he runs, right? And you're going to get an advantage, which is that you have a car with 2 free invokes.
Okay.
Right there
So I
for
got
you.
R. Thank you very much. And I will ride that car with Charlie in the passenger seat.
But before you do, I need to know what they're going to do. Over there, because that was y'all's turn. What about you all, Sylvie and Oscar?
Jump onto that motorcycle. Zoom away. I mean, I will concede to let Oscar drive though, since it's his bike and it's a very nice bike.
It's fair. That's fair.
But she does get there first. She's got a little pep in her step.
If you would, my dearest, my very dear Oscar, if you might roll your drive for me. That is a 2. So you have a 2. Do you want to do anything with that before I roll everybody else's stuff?
Can I assist in that Sylvie is very skilled on the motorcycle as well, so
Do you have
she
drive?
is helping?
Do you have the drive skill?
No, I
Then-
do not.
No.
But I just wanted to throw that out
Do
there.
you have
on
a
the
different
table.
way in which you could aid?
Go on.
tell
Well,
me.
I can. No, I can't.
Okay. That's a 2. I am going to go and roll for Hannah. She's
Could we wait a minute? Could we add a fate point to that?
Yes, you
What's
may.
the benefits from adding a fate point? like that?
you up your skill, and it's the person who gets the highest who gets to move forward. You can wait until we all roll. Right, 'cause it's
Okay.
about who makes that progress.
Okay.
Hannah's gonna roll. Hannah is. She's hustling because there's some danger, but she's probably on her bike, and so she's gonna roll. But she's not that is not her skill set. So she rolls it's a -1 for Hannah. She is not as fast as all the rest of you all. So she
Crashed into a wall.
no, she's fine. She's just not gonna gain any ground against everybody else. And we have some friends. We have friends who are not your friends, who you do not like. We have Mark Calvé, who's just, hanging out. But he's got his friend, and his friend is driving, and his friend has got his military intelligence friend. He rolls a 0.
Well, his friend crashed into a wall.
I will let that stand for now. I will let that stand. You got a 2. That's fine. It's not. That's fine. We will do that. You will get a move forward. Is what you will get. Yeah.
Now, if we spend a fate point here, can we move 2 clicks?
Yes, because then you would beat it by 3. You'd succeed with style.
I mean, I feel like that's.
Because it's about what. Because if you just succeed, you get the 1, right?
Spend it, and I've got 2 that I'm not going to get to spend. Which can I get those to the crew?
If it makes sense. Okay. That makes okay. If it makes sense, right? Like you can spend a fate point for to declare a story detail, as long as it makes sense in the fiction.
Okay.
Then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting there faster is worth it.
Okay.
Just so Luke's mom, the biggest thing I'm concerned about is Luke's mom dying, because Colette seems like she, we have the information, she seems on the verge, but something happening to Luke's mom, I think is.
I have an idea. If Dot's down with this.
Down.
like a slight flashback is, during the 2 weeks that we had there, we had Oscar and Regina walking around, and there was a long staircase that led from one lower block up to 3 streets up, and Regina pointed that out to Oscar having not been in the city before, and said, you know, that's one of the main arteries through from the higher terrace to the lower. And just as he would pass by that, he would just turn around to Sylvie and say, hang on. And then he would take them down the steps on the motorcycle, if that's...
Oh, a faster way. Yeah, I dig that.
In which case, I'm going to need you, Dot, to spend your fate point.
Okay, I should have 2 because my refresh is 2 now.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
I'll spend,
Yes.
actually, I don't need to. I've got 1, so we'll just say I spent 1. Okay, perfect. Yes, absolutely.
And that makes that you are now succeeding with style versus everyone else. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that one. At the moment, it is 2-2.
That's good.
Hannah has got nothing, and Tango and Charlie don't have anything yet, but they're set up for success. Round 2. Who would like to go first? You're all going simultaneously, but who would like to roll first? I mean, I can roll Hannah.
I'll take it.
You take it?
I'll take it.
All right.
Yeah. You want to roll?
Roll drive.
Balls.
Unless you want Charlie to drive.
I do. I probably want Charlie to drive, but I got an average.
It's up to you. The question. Let me ask you the question: who's driving?
It was me narratively who
All right,
came
then.
in, got in the car, Charlie in the seat, and I was like, and I'm actually going to say this. I'm going to look over at Charlie, like, you have a gun?
Yeah.
Load it.
She's
Make sure it's ready.
It's ready. I mean.
Okay, then. Well, then.
You have a
Yeah,
one.
guess you're super cool. That's fine. I have a gun too, and it's almost ready. I just didn't want you you put a clip in. That makes
They start bickering on the drive.
And I just pull out as we start bickering like an old married couple.
She is going to try to give you an advantage for her turn, because you're both in the car together and you're driving. She is going to try to use awareness, is what she's going to do, to try and try to pick out a better path, right? To sort of pick a good path through the city is what she's going to try to do, because she, yes.
Superb.
Yeah. So she has got eagle eyes, is what she's got, with 2 free invokes. So that is what she's got going on for you. Who would you like to pass it to? You've got some military intelligence with Mark Calvé. You've got Hannah. You've got Silly and Oscar.
Hannah.
All right. I will do it. She does not actually have the drive skill, because that's not where she spends her points. She's a doctor and not a driver. That's a thing. So she has no one to help her out with, giving her advantages of any sort. And she knows that there's some kind of danger, so she's just gonna, go. We're gonna see what she rolls. She just rolls a mediocre. She's at a 0. She's not. And what it is that when you see her, she's on the bike and she's riding. And as she's riding, actually, the streets are quite crowded, full of people milling about, sort of angrily. And there's a bit of a fist fight breaks out. You know what I mean? In the streets, there's some people sort of fighting each other, and they're just like French citizens, sort of punching at each other, and it's so congested, it's actually hard for her to get there. She's going to pass it to Sylvie and Oscar.
We get to the bottom of the steps, and Oscar puts, down a leg to kind of hop the bike a bit. And you need another drive, my friend?
I do. And I will ask you, Sylvie, how do you want to help?
All right, so I think that I can help. Let me throw this first one out for you.
Throw it out there.
Via rapport, because when 2 people are riding on a motorcycle, I know this from experience. As a driver, let me just throw that out there. When people are riding on a motorcycle, you have to have good rapport with the person behind you, because if you have to move in the same way and stuff like that, or else you will wipe the fuck out.
Yeah, as a fellow motorcycle rider, Yes, this is true. I roll. Are you wanting to create an advantage for him?
I am.
Please do it.
Oh yeah, no, I shouldn't.
Yep.
I shouldn't roll for that.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I shouldn't roll for the drive because that would.
Yeah. Roll for it.
Um.
Fair. That is a tie.
I will. I would like to. Can I add to give an advantage? Can I add one of my own fate points because?
Tell me. I know why. I know why.
Wow. Oh no!
No, you tell me. But I know why.
That makes me so curious.
I'll tell you if I'm right.
Well, I was gonna say I was gonna go back to Old Faithful being always prepared. Because
that's not what I was gonna guess.
I'm so curious what you were gonna guess though. Now.
Nectar of Humanity.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think also always being prepared. I mean, she's been preparing for this ride on a motorcycle. Like since the dawn of time when she had to be riding on a motorcycle to save somebody in this group. So
that is going to give an advantage with one free invoke for our Oscar. And let me give that to you. Eagle Eyes has 2 on it, and you're gonna get. Let's say I just want to make Tango a little jealous, so let's call this one
smooth as buttered.
like bodies in sync. Yeah,
he wasn't even here for that.
I know, but that's too sad.
He missed it, but it's there.
It's there. It's there. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's there. Make your roll. You have a 1 free invoke if and when you want to use it.
Okay, so there's a 3, which is good.
That's good.
Can I wait to the end to see if I want to do it?
Yes, you can. And then let me give you. Hey, Tango, I was just making you jealous a little bit. That's all. But you weren't there for it. No, now I'm really sad.
Oh man.
So then, narratively, when we get down to the bottom of the steps,
tell me.
When Oscar throws his leg out and pulls the bike around, Sylvie is in perfect step, but just cocked a little to keep the counterbalance right as they come around the corner. So for a second, it looks like she's riding the motorcycle as Oscar leans and she stays upright.
Which the real question is, making Tango jealous of who? Sylvie or Oscar?
It's really unclear. It's very unclear. So you're at a 3. Hannah's just at a 0. And Tango's currently at a 1. Let's see how our military intelligence folks go. And we have got his friend is driving, and he is going to use he is actually quite aware, and he is going to use his awareness to try to give an advantage to his friend so that his friend can drive better, which is enough for 1. And I'm going to just put this here right now. I know what it is. And his friend is going to hit his drive roll. That's a 3. So it's a 3, 3, and a 1. What do y'all want to do about that one, my friends?
So what would that mean? I know that with a tie, it's...
When it's a tie, happens, something terrible happens. Something upheavally happens.
I mean, I have another fate point, right?
And your group has 5.
We're still sitting on 5 fate points. This is a fate point moment if there ever has been.
Yeah.
I can't see all of our. We have a bunch of boosts and stuff set up, right? Not just in this, but in general.
Yeah. Let me put you on that one so you can see it. There you go. You all have a bunch right there. Go ahead. Those are the ones that are up for you.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I have got a few free invokes on you all as well. Yeah.
Okay, so let's not forget, you have a French Gestapo badge, which is not a bad thing to have on you, Tango. Okay? If somebody stops you. What else we got? Okay. They got cracks in their facade, right? The SS facade. Can't we play on that boost?
Tell me how.
In this moment? Okay, y'all. There's gotta be a way where, like, they're panicking. We know Calvé is fucking panicking. They're cracking at the seams, which is a panic usually means accidents or carelessness. That's what I'm looking for, carelessness.
If you wanted to, you could put that on my roll for his awareness, which means he wouldn't have gotten that awareness advantage.
Oh. Yeah, but it doesn't put us up.
Nope, it's true. But if you invoke hostilely, right, then you will be able to put yourself up. So it's up to you what you want to do.
Other thoughts, y'all? Any other ideas?
Can we just do raw fate point here just to take it to a 5?
What is your justification?
That's what we got to find that justification.
Oh, can I use one of my own aspects for it?
Yes, you can.
Soul of a dancer.
Indeed. You are at a 5. Tango, what about you? You and Charlie. You have 4 free invokes right now.
Do it.
You're muted.
Muted, sir.
Yes. Do it.
You're at a 1. So you've got a 5 with that team, a 0 with Hannah because, again, she has no idea that there's a thing going on right now, and she's got trouble. And 3 for our villains who have not spent yet, and you're at a 1. You probably want to get higher than them so you can sort of beat them.
Right. But my drive is bullshit.
But you have a car. You have 2 free invokes on a car and 2 free invokes on Charlie's Eagle Eyes.
Okay.
By the way,
what's Charlie's thing? I can use.
Yeah, you can use her Eagle Eyes. However, I don't have a free invoke on you. I would like to ruin all of y'all's days in some kind of a way. I'm going to invoke yeah, well, I'm going to invoke the one advantage that Mark gave his buddy to bring him up to a 5. So he's at a 5. He doesn't have that advantage anymore, though. So that's 5, and you're at a 1, and you have 4 free invokes.
Okay. I'm at a 1.
Mm-hmm. And those other 2 at a 5, and Hannah's at a 0.
How many free invokes can he take on the turn?
All of them. Free invokes, you can take them all. You can only spend 1 fate point per aspect, but you can spend as many, and that's why, by the way, creating advantages is so powerful, because because normally you can only spend 1 fate point per aspect, so if you don't have multiple aspects that fit, then you can't use them all. But if you have lots of free invokes, you can use all of them.
So that'll bring you to a 5.
Yeah, let me cash in those free invokes.
Those 2?
Those invokes those 2 invokes. Because invokes are just a one-time shot thing where you just cash on the invoke.
Yep, they free.
So all of you are all tied at 5.
I'm going to spend the advantage and take it to a 7. We need to stay ahead of this.
Yeah, I hear that.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything before we go?
And since that was Sylvie's, I would say that for a second, Oscar's hand slips when he hits like a bit of cobblestone or something, and that is just a brace from the person behind as she steadies the right hand as they're in sync going down the roads of France.
I would like to say that as we pull in, there is just windows down and bickering.
So you're at 7, right? Versus a 5 and a 5? Going once, going twice? Okay.
So does that put them ahead by 2?
That's going to be, since Tango, and it depends on whether or not Tango wants to spend 1 more. Because right now, Tango has 2 free invokes left on the car, and since Tango and the Mark are tied, they will not gain on each other. But Sylvie and Oscar will
I
gain
want to
1.
use all my invokes.
All of them.
All of them. I want to cash them all in on this.
All.
Yeah.
Well then, in that case...
Work hard, play hard.
Yeah, you do. And in that case, you go up to a 9 versus their 5. However, you have a messed up bicep, and I've got a free invoke on that, and I'm going to cash that in. Which is going to bring...
This is why we cash everything in at the same time. Pull all your hands down, buddy.
So that's going to put...
What's that going to do for you?
Them at a 7.
There are 9.
So I no longer can do that for that bicep. I can't have it free, but you still beat them. But Oscar and Sylvie do not catch up with them, right? They're tied in that space. But you only get one move, but you do move up on them. You get closer. You are clearing in this moment. Regina, as you and Luke are bicycling into the city the next day, and it's very nice. Where are you going to go first? Like, where are you headed?
Oh, I have to go. I get it. I have to go check on Colette because that was a plan, and exchange Luke. That was also the deal that I made with his mother.
Excellent. You'll be heading towards Luke's house early in the morning. Speaking of which, next round, who wants to go first? Or who do you all want to go first?
Let's have Mark and them go so we can see what we're dealing with.
Fair?
I like that.
Yep. Mark is going to... Mark is going to go and... he's going to go and he's going to use his... he's got some provoke. He's going to sort of yell, because there's people everywhere now. He's going to yell at people to sort of move out of the way to try to give them some space. And hopefully his provoke will be good enough to get a bit of an advantage for his friend, quote unquote friend, who he might murder. That's good enough for 1. That's 1 invoke. And his friend is going to ride. That's a 4. And he'll hold off on his 1 for the moment to see how you all do. And he's going to... Yeah, tell me.
Flashback.
Yes.
And create a advantage. Can I create an advantage with my last fate point?
What is it? Give it to me.
I set up a code with his mother that she would not open the door unless given the correct code. So it'll slow them down. So that was just something Regina was like, here's a code. Can I use deceive for that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Or tradecraft, right? It'd be one of the 2.
No, definitely deceive. Definitely deceive. Okay, go. Okay. I'll take a 4. Great. To set that up, you can have my last fate point so that she doesn't open the door.
Well, actually, here's the question.
Okay.
This is the question I'm going to ask you. You have 2 options. Okay. Option 1 is that you just create a story detail, and you say that's just it, so she's not going to answer the door unless there's a safety code.
Okay.
But there's no. But that's just a story detail that she just won't do it until she gets this code. Or you can have that be a roll, which is good enough for an advantage with 1 invoke. So it's your question of whether or not you want to have the story detail where she just won't do it. So that's someone will have to sort of break the door down. Or you can sort of give the people in that room an advantage on their defense, perhaps, because they're more secure. It's up to you.
So they're more. Yeah. Okay. She's put maybe a barricade on the door, so she has a code and a bar. We barricaded the door in some way so it can't even maybe be kicked in as easily.
Yes.
Yes, I like that.
So the apartment is secured. It has with 1 free invoke, so it will be more difficult. So people who are in there who are not bad guys are going to be.
I imagine I didn't just leave Colette.
Yeah.
Regina would have just left her there. She would have made sure to do what was necessary to bar the door and those kinds of things.
So they are waiting. They've got security. They're basically waiting for Hannah to come, and they've got good security protocols. And there's 1 free invoke which will help them on defense. I'm gonna pass it over to Hannah, see how she's doing. Maybe she'll do really well because. Come on, Hannah. Do you not want to go and save these people's lives? Do you not want to be there? Tango.
She's just taking her time. She's having a nice casual
She's
ride.
not. She's having trouble at the moment. Hey, Tango.
Yeah.
I should probably have Charlie roll first because she might be able to help you out. She is not able to give you any advantages at the moment. I feel like there could be some trouble. No, I'll let you roll first. Then I'll let you roll first. Go ahead.
What do you want to roll? Drive?
Drive, yep.
Tango.
He's got your villains have got a 4 and a free invoke.
Note Tango's ever going to drive. This might be the first one he's ever.
It's too bad Jules not here, huh? Because if Jules were
know.
here, this would be a whole different situation.
Thanks.
Don't pull on our
Trooper.
heartstrings like that.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Trooper.
Sorry.
Trooper.
He's delivering sarin gas. Ooh,
It's terrible.
that is terrible.
Yeah.
I would vote that if you want to use a group fate point for a
That seems
reroll
fine.
on that, I feel comfortable with that choice.
He should roll -2. It's not, the odds are not as great. Sylvie and Oscar. Sylvie, how would you like to help Oscar here? And then we'll ponder it.
I would like to help via my awareness. I am so aware of where we are in the city and the terrain
Yes.
beneath the wheels and
You've been
the
here for
way that
years.
the motorcycle works because she knows. And via this awareness, she is at one with the machine.
Okay. Yes. Roll it. That's enough
Boom.
for one.
What's up?
That's one free. And I'm going to just put this extra on Bodies in Sync for you. That is your role, my dearest Oscar. She, I imagine, tell me how you give him, tell me how you, because I just want to make, I really enjoy making Tango jealous of somebody. Tell me how you communicate this sort of like this expertise in the city.
Yeah, tell us. Tell us.
I feel like somebody's slowly getting a new troubled aspect.
Maybe. You can rewrite at the end of this episode. Just know that.
Sylvia's slowly falling in love with the motorcycle. She's just going to take the motorcycle alone.
And leave
Now-
everybody.
And everyone is in love with Sylvie. So everyone in love with Sylvie. Sylvie is in love with the motorcycle.
Yeah.
The motorcycle now has the bridal gown. She has a top hat. Like, see y'all later, bye.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
she-
even care. I don't even care about Sylvie. It's like, oh, shut up, motorcycle.
Motorcycle, you get me. But yeah, so she's riding behind Oscar, and she has her arm around. So she's gonna. God, he's probably taller than she is, I imagine. So she, the best she can, kind of like lean up and like, because they're riding, she's gonna have to.
The chair is actually elevated.
Love
on
it.
Oh, it's
your
elevated.
position.
Okay,
Love
It's a
it.
spotter chair. Yeah.
a
Love
spotter
it.
chair. Oh my. So I guess she actually has like her knees are like up on him and like on either side and stuff, but she has her like arms on him, and so then she's gonna lean forward and just kind of like be kind of directing him around via a whisper close to the ear.
Hey,
Because it's windy,
Yes,
because you
sure.
can't, because we're driving very quickly.
Sure.
And it's very windy on a motorcycle, and if it's much easier to communicate that way versus, hey, go over there.
would you like a fate point?
That all, and also she can't yell because she has no throat. But for what, pray tell?
You are a person of interest for the French police, and you're also speeding through the city. I feel like if you'd like a fate point, I will have the police slow you down, and you will lose this round.
Can't stop, won't stop. Nope. Giving this big point up.
All right then. I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
worth it.
I'm just asking.
Worth it.
Okay, give me that roll. Greg, let me know. And all of your fate points are done, yes, Dot?
All mine are done, but I think the group has 3 left.
The group has 5. You've not. Oh, you've spent one group.
We spent 1,
yes,
right?
yeah,
We didn't get rid of
There
it.
you
I'm
go.
just trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
keep track.
We should still have 4 group ones left.
Yes, you have
Okay,
4
so we have
group
4.
ones.
There you
And
go.
Yeah.
and
I rolled poorly.
ooh, what do you want to do about that?
If you felt like, giving that another little go, I would feel okay with it because, but I concede to,
Statistically speaking, a reroll is bad idea.
or even if you wanted to,
It could be a really good idea.
Well, it depends on what you rolled.
I think that, yeah, well, I mean,
Mhm.
I don't have the chances of me rolling this
Yep.
again
Yep.
are high.
I know, but yeah.
but it feels like it could be so positive.
But if we take it, we automatically get 2 to take it to a 1, and then the advantage would take it to a 3.
Yeah.
And if we spend another fate point, take it to a 5. We're just trying to get there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You want to get there
We just need to
before
get
them.
there.
That would
Because
take us
who knows
down
what
to
they're gonna do?
2
They're gonna
group
do
fate
crazy
points,
stuff.
though.
How many do we need to beat them?
You need to beat them by 3, because it's a race. So right now,
we're only one ahead.
No, you are Luke. The bad guys and Oscar and Sylvia are tied. So they're both at 2. And
you know what? It's almost worth it to push this round and let them take it, and then bank things for.
I mean, we've been fairly.
We're talking in front of Trooper, but this is
it's fine.
How much stress would you take then if you just absorb the fail on the drive roll? Is that how it works?
Well, because it's by how much, right? So he just wouldn't get a roll, and they would get 2, which you probably do not want. You can also spend fate points to hostily invoke them, right? So like you can, or declare a story detail.
True.
You know what? We should. We can clear the fact. First off, we got a couple. Everyone has an agenda. What if somebody else stops them? Calvé is wanted, and there's some business happening there. Eyes and ears everywhere. He could be spotted. They could be spotted on the way versus us.
Calvé's also, and I mean, I'm not reading too much into this. He's scared of me. He's scared of Oscar. When we had that meeting, he was not.
You weren't very nice in the meeting, is all I'm trying to say.
And you know what? We're not the only people paying the piper. Calvé paid the piper last night. He's still paying the piper now.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to do a? What do you want to do? What do you want to do with him? Because he's sitting at 4 right now.
We need to work when there's less of a spread.
Yeah, that's right. That's fair. If you let it drop where it is right now, they will go up to a 4 versus your 2 and 1, and they'll only need 1 more.
I feel like we should at least close the gap. So instead of allowing them to get 2, if they get 1, we can bank a bunch next round.
Right. How about can we spend a fate point to take it to 1, and that would make them only go up by 1, right?
You need to bring it up by 3, because 1 versus 4 is still win by 3.
Well, there's still the advantage.
What free advantages do we have?
Point, and the advantage would take it up.
You've got bodies in sync. You have got.
She's been helping you out a lot. How many bodies in sync we got?
Just 1 right now.
Just the 1 from this round.
Just 1 right now.
That would bring it up to 1, and then we can spend 1 fate point and make it a 3.
Right, and that would.
That would do
it. We're blowing a lot. Okay, we have to do that to keep it.
Okay.
So they're not too far ahead, so we can do what you're talking about, which is make it next round, which I think is smart.
Yeah.
So bodies in sync is out, and what did you spend the other fate point on? So you're down to 3 fate points as a group. Yes.
And it has to be an aspect for me.
It has to be an aspect that is relevant. It doesn't have to be yours. It could be the scenes. It could be yours. It could be Sylvie's. It could be the Bricktops. Any aspect that is relevant and currently active will be a go.
I guess I can't. Can I use a condition or a consequence?
Yes. Yeah, of course you can, because they're all aspects. All of them.
Even though it's not being displayed externally, this is haunted because this is something that he doesn't want to repeat of what happened, which was his fault. And so he is doubling down on his reckless flight through Paris.
What's going on in your mind?
Well, let's just say that at that moment, he drives by that cafe where he saw Mel.
Oh, no. Yeah.
And he just, for a second, his eyes are drawn to the table where he, left him the note, and he whips his head back around, and he just stays focused. But he sees Mel for just a moment.
Oh. All right. If you don't mind, I'm just going to roll Hannah first, because I feel like she's not even on the board at this point in time, but... Okay, so...
I love her so much.
She's even less on the board now.
So not
that
great.
Bike, she's doing this number, and she's like...
no,
she actually just turned around, and now she's going back.
Basically, I think what happens is that I think the bicycle breaks, and she has to, now go walk. She has to,
And now she's on foot.
Now she's on foot. Who goes next? You're all on the same thing. It's just who you want to roll next.
Do we want to do the same thing where we see what we're up against, or?
Calvé is going to. Anytime you want to go and spend those fate points to sort of do some negative invokes or compels, I'm all for it.
Don't forget we can see if you want fate points.
You can. I will take them too, because I could use some more. I get a 4, which is the same. There's an advantage from Calvé, and so he currently has 2. They've got 2 banked up right at the moment, which is Calve's, because Calve's been a stalker, right? So he's a stalker, and he's been stalking this whole space. So there's 2 from Calve, and I will roll it. This might be a really good round for them. That may not be so great for you, but we'll see. We'll see, because you can always mess them up. And let me roll that 3. That's a 2 at the moment for drive.
On who? Them?
Them, yeah, they got it. They got a 2.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. They're currently sitting at a 2. How about you all? And Hannah's at a...
We gotta nuke this, Sylvie.
You do.
Come on, y'all got it. Come on.
All right, so helping.
By the way, I would like to ask a question.
Oh no.
Would you like to spend a fate point to declare a story detail?
That all depends.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with... I'm talking about Charlie and Tango.
Oh, well.
The problem is that Charlie and Tango are... because I'm thinking of as Charlie, that I would like to spend one of your fate points to declare a story detail that we get sight of the van of Calve.
Before arrival?
That we can see them,
arrive?
so that basically she can shoot at them. You'd have to declare a story detail to say that you actually basically get kind of like line of sight on them. You're still behind them, right? Would
that give her an advantage when she attempted to shoot on her turn?
Well, because right now you can't shoot them all because you're not in the same spot. If you declare a story detail so they actually know we actually are in the same spot, that would mean that on her turn she could be attacking them rather than
shoot their tires out or something.
Mm-hmm. It's up to you. Ponder it as that Sylvie and
we're down
Oscar.
to 2, y'all. So the real question is, that would slow them, which means we could use the 2 maybe to get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
If it works out,
it could. Yeah, eye on the prize could be the story aspect we set up, and the prize then is now the van, not the apartment.
It's up to you. Now, I feel like you two should probably make your rolls first. Those 2 groups, Sylvie and Oscar should make their rolls, and then you can decide what you want. Tango, you can think about this as well, because they're ahead of you by 1.
How can we help you?
Sylvie, do you want to help them?
I do. All right. So this time around, Sylvie is going to help through empathy, because what happened back there, as he kind of looked over and had a moment and saw that. She knows this whole thing that happened with Dimitri. She can see loss from a mile, and she's everything that happened in her past and stuff like that. She knows, and so when that happens, she kind of. She's already holding on, so she doesn't fall off anyway, but she kind of just gives a squeeze, like a hug squeeze, kind of a reassuring,
Roll it. That's a tie, which means you can get, you can succeed in getting a boost is what you've got. So it's like a little fleeting 1. So for example, that body's in sync, which is an aspect. If you tied, you would actually would have gotten 1. It's easier to get on aspects rather than boosts, because boosts are so fleeting. So you can basically, so you don't create the advantage, but you'll get a boost, which I'll just put on bodies in sync for you.
Boost works?
Yep. I'll just put it in there for you. I'm gonna have to ask you to make an empathy roll a little bit later. Actually, this will be important. Go ahead, make it. Do so, my dearest Oscar. Ooh. That's no good.
Where the hell is JF?
That's a very good question. So you're at -1. Tango, it's you. What would you like to do?
In the story, where are we at this point?
You're all racing towards this apartment through Paris.
Right, but at this point, are we close? Do I see the apartment complex yet?
You do not. You do not. You're behind. You're behind them. If you wanted, you could spend the fate point to be able to see them, but not the apartment.
I want to just roll my drive. Or she has an awareness, right?
She does.
Charlie has her awareness, so we can do that. Where
I will do it for you.
And I haven't been driving very well, and I think that's because of all the bitching with me and Charlie.
She is. She's got like a little bit of a. She's got a bit of a boost. She's trying to help you out, but it's just one small boost. That's it.
Okay. Well, here goes drive. Average.
That's a 3.
That's.
So, I say we use the fate point, set her up to possibly shoot their tires out, so set up an actual story, for the next round.
Okay. Let's
And
do
then
that.
each of you will have a fate point to use to try to boost that up.
Okay. In which case, I'm gonna need a fate point from y'all.
Oh, right.
Take you down to 2 to declare a story detail.
Oh, yeah. Someone's deleted that. So.
And that story detail is that while you do not get closer to the apartment, you end up seeing them in your sights, right? Like, they're in your sights. Like, you actually see the van, and you know it's them because, how do you know it's them? How do you know it's them? Because it was the van that picked up Calvé when you two, Tango and Sylvie, were following him. You recognize the van, and you're
Could
like,
they see
Yeah,
Calvé
I
too?
recognized it. I recognized the van. Well, it was me and
Sylvie.
me and Sylvie
Yep.
did a stakeout. We
Yep.
saw the van. It came and picked him up, and they went away. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna point at the van. It's like, whoa, that's Calvé's van.
Okay. So we're at 3 with you, 2 with them, and -2, -1. I say that we put you at even with them, right? So that you two are now right because you have won that race, which makes narrative sense because now you are now neck and neck with them, and this gives us this third round. And who do you want to go first? Do you want Tango and Charlie to go first?
Yeah, I mean, if they can get a good shot,
Yeah, if she's gonna try to take a shot, I'm
and
here for
perhaps a good enough to where that other fate point gets useful. I don't know.
Do you want to aid her in this or not?
it. Can she roll first?
Well, aiding is giving an advantage to her that she could then.
Oh, I see what
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying.
It depends on whether you just want her to shoot and him to drive, or not you want him to help
I
her.
say at this point, because we'd have to use another fate point to set that up.
Well, she can just roll, but it's just because it's about getting free invokes, right? Whether or not you want to sort of like try to cut him off or whatever you can do to sort of like maybe help her out. It's up to you. You have your own choice.
But we would still need to cash a fate point in.
Not necessarily, because you're on it now. You're all together. Like those two are neck and neck. They're like right side by side. They're just like.
Well, if you're caught up with them, his drive roll could be to help set up like a boost for her.
It's up to you.
Tango could like do a super cool something and get her in a better position or something.
Or you could distract. Like you can do what you want to do.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You like you two now. You pull up. They're in this van, and you're in a car, right? And you're both driving together, right, side by side down the middle of the streets of Paris. And you see him in the passenger seat, and you see him directing, right, this other fellow.
And it seems very apparent to me that these fellows are after the same thing I'm after.
And Hannah is also just not getting there. I'm just gonna note that yet again, that she is. Her bike is
Hannah's
broken.
just.
She's not a part
real
of this
bad.
anymore. She's
real bad.
She's gone.
Is it my turn at this point? Or did you pass?
It's up to y'all. It's your choice.
What do you
Who
guys
gets to
want
go.
to do? What do you guys want to do?
You have 2 fate points. I have
That's
two.
I
some
say she
drama,
needs to
and
take
you
the
guys-
shot. Like either like Tango could set her up for a boost with like a cool drive maneuver of some kind, and then she could try to take a shot. That would be my vote.
What if I used rapport?
Tell me.
And what I do is I look over and it almost something like a comedy.
Yeah.
Where you look over like, is that them? Holy shit! And I'm just gonna tap I'm gonna tap Charlie on the shoulder, and I'd be like, point.
That would be a little bit too easy because you're using rapport. I want to know how you make her feel better, how you connect with
what
her.
I'm saying is, that's the scene. I point and like pointing her gun, and I'm like, shoot either him or the tires. I don't care which.
Okay.
And then I'm like, look, I was like, all right,
okay,
badass, you got this.
Roll your rapport. Now you know what this means. That means that you are finding a way to connect with her.
Yeah, it's gross for me and her, but we're doing it.
That's a 1, and that is not good enough. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna roll my shoot right now for her,
we don't know if it's not good enough.
Her shoot is a 2. She needs more than that, is what she needs, because she's trying to create an advantage on them, a negative advantage on that van, is what she's trying to do.
I mean, unless you guys have a better, like, you guys don't want to use a fate point, we're gonna see if anyone else wants to do things. You think this is worthy of a fate point?
I feel like I would want to use it more on the actual shot, or I don't know.
This is she's trying to put shot out tires on them, is what she's trying to do.
So to slow them down, so the two of you can get ahead on your round, right? That's like the goal.
Yeah, the goal is to reach there first, so that way Luke's mother doesn't die. Essentially,
at this point, we're trying to save them from these people. Like, at this point, like, could shoot them, or, alternatively, like, you have them in your sights. So if they arrive there, you're going to arrive there at the same time as well.
Unless they pull ahead. I'm looking at. She's trying to create the advantage on that van.
I'm going to go
the van
and
has
say
the tires shot out.
I think there's too much dissension among the ranks here. Let's not take the fate point. Let's go. Let's move this over. I'd like to give it to.
So she shoots at them, but she's not able to shoot out the tires. But she does put a boost on there, which is that they're slowed down.
Okay. So they're slowed down. And
because
I
she
think
like one
that
tire.
Point,
Yeah,
so I
she
want
can't
to
get in
now give this to Sylvie and Oscar.
Back.
You're doing great. I'm rolling for shit.
How does there become a point when I can assist using any of the things I've already used, or do I have to?
Oh no, you can use similar things. Just tell me how you're doing it.
We're gonna go back to rapport, because
Yeah.
Sylvia's noticed that maybe the driving has gotten a little rough, a little hairy. She's not gonna point that out. That would be rude. But she's gonna tell him that he's doing a great job, but she's gonna do it in a way that a German would appreciate. And that is to say that it's very efficient. He's driving very efficiently.
Okay.
He would be like,
roll.
And if he looks back, she would be like,
roll it. That is a boost. You cannot. That's just like, so you can put that one more on the bodies and sync.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yep.
"That's it, baby! Come on now! Finally!"
Okay.
Hell yes.
You have 2 free invokes right now on bodies in sync. I'm just gonna note that for the record.
So you could take that up to 6.
No, that's an 8. You could, because there's 2 free invokes on bodies in
Oh,
sync.
there's 2 invokes and they're 2 each. Yeah.
And I do not think that they have not rolled yet, have they?
They've been slowed down though.
Oscar.
So here's Calvé. Not good enough for to sync up that advantage, but yeah, I'll keep it. He'll drive. That drives a good, which is a 3, and got a 3 versus your 4. There's 1 negative invoke on them, and they have 2 positive, and you have 2 positive.
We have 2 free invokes. It'll take it to an 8. Yes. I mean, now or never, cash in on it.
Yeah, we have to.
And
We
then
have
we
to
still
now.
have one fate point if we really wanted to one up them and get ensure we get there, thanks to like them shooting the tires out, you know.
We're going to use Calve's Stalker to bring you up to a 7. So we're 7 to your 8.
Can we use the negative invoke to bring that
Sure
down
can.
to a 5 for him?
Well,
then
you
an
bring
8
yours
for
up to
us for
you bring yours up to a 10. So you're a 10
Okay.
versus their 7. Because they're slowed down because Charlie shot out their tires. And so they're trying to maneuver, but like the tire is shot out. But it's just a boost; it doesn't stay, so you can't use that. You have to sort of try to create it again a second time.
Yeah.
You're above by 3. Yeah, we're gonna have to let that stand because I think something bad might happen a little bit later. So that's you up by 2. Is what that is. I'm gonna roll Hannah. There's no way she's getting anywhere near you, but that's, yeah. Would you like to use, also you have brick tops. Do not forget that you do have your brick tops, and they can take an action. Just noting it. Tango and Charlie, or Sylvie and Oscar? Oh, and he has no more stalker. Which of you would like to go first?
Let's do what we did last time. It seemed to work okay towards the end. So why don't we have Tango
and Charlie go? Yeah, we'll do it. So at this point, here's what I'd like to do.
Tell me.
I'd like to. So she shot and she kind
Slowed
of
them down.
Missed.
Well,
right?
she hit them, but it wasn't enough to disable them. It was just enough to slow them down.
I'm like, let's swap. Charlie, come here. You got to drive. You're a better driver than me. Let's go. Better driver. You're a better driver. And we're gonna do the mid.
Yes.
Like, and I'm gonna take out the gun. And we're gonna.
Before you do, she's going to careen the car into a position where she can. She's not
give her the driving spot.
She's not trying to beat them. She's trying to put you in a position where you can take them out better. And that is going to be, you've got an advantage right there for your whatever you're going to do.
What I'm going to do is that
she's cutting them off.
It is my first attack in combat. So I'm going to look over and I'm going to wink. Covet. As Covet like makes eye contact with me because we're shooting, it's like, and I can imagine it's like, what is going on here? I'm gonna look and I'm just going to wink and then pull out the gun. And then but I'm going to shoot. And I'm going to try to shoot him, but I'm going to be able to do it with my deceive because it's the first time I've done a concept. But it's basically like I wink and it's like what? Like I know this guy kind of. Is this someone I was spying on and now they're next to me?
Hey Mark Calbe, how are you doing right now? Okay, That's a 3. What is your what did you roll?
What am I deceive?
Yeah, that's a you've got a bonus, so that's a 5.
5.
Can you boost that in any way?
Are there any boosts left?
You have 1 fate point as a group, is what you have.
I don't want to burn a fate point on this one. Not me personally. Other people do. Like I feel like it's a fun scene, but it's
wait to
last
see
fate point.
after their roll.
Well, because he's not racing them. He's trying to attack them.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm attacking the dude in the face. Like I'm going to
Yeah.
shoot him in the
Yeah.
head.
I mean, 5's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm okay with 5. Let's see what happens.
Okay. You shoot him. You shoot him. He will soak that with a little bit of stress, but he has lost physical stress because of Regina.
My understanding is he has no knees.
His knees are injured, but they're fine. They're not fine.
Because
they're
he's in
okay.
the passenger seat and somehow
Yes,
shot
yeah.
him through the passenger seat, right?
And you get to do a major consequence on him because he can't soak it otherwise. That is where he is at.
The major consequence is I shot him in one eye.
Ooh.
So even if he survives, he gets
he's down an eyeball.
He's down an eyeball.
Yes.
Blind.
We have just created a super villain. This is
Yeah.
an
Okay.
origin story in the
A
making.
super villain with no knees.
That makes the wink so
Yes.
much cooler.
I'm gonna tell you,
Yes, it does.
he's blinded in one eye, and that's a free
Right.
invoke on you all for I believe Sylvie and Tango.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Would you like him to go next, or would you like to go next?
You better go to the doctor next, is where he should go.
It's my question. Is it Team Sylvie Oscar, or is it Team Mark Calvé and his friend?
I would be okay with them going next to see what we're against, but Oscar, thoughts?
I agree.
All right, let's have them go next.
He cannot use his awareness because he's been shot in the eye, and that's, aspects are true. So he is going to, he's feeling a little bit desperate. He's going to try to provoke this guy into moving faster, which is good enough for one. It's like a boost. And then his friend is going to drive. And that'll be a 6. However, you do have a free invoke on him. Just going to note it.
Which would bring it back down to a 4?
Well, no, you just boost yours up.
We would. Oh, I see what you're saying.
So he's at a 6. He's gunning for you. He wants to go. He's out of here. It's you two.
Okay, I am going to try to help.
Mm-hmm.
Again, with my helpfulness.
Mm-hmm.
This time...
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And tell me how you do it.
This time... I'm going to help via performing.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
She can't
You
sing.
can see them, by the way. They're coming.
She can't sing.
Mm-hmm.
But she's just going to start humming a little bit. As best as she can.
What song?
What
song?
What's going to be... She
I need
doesn't
to
know...
know.
She doesn't know the significance this has for Oscar at all, but it's just... It's her personal favorite, St. Louis Blues.
Okay.
All
right. There is an aspect that you had that cleared, but since it is now relevant, it is back again. No, this is important. Oscar, you had the aspect Jeanette Whisperer with one free invoke on it. It is in a play at this moment because of that song. Please roll. Not enough for advantage, but he gets the other one.
Hey, you're welcome.
Okay, roll it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Should have been the most that you could ever roll.
That's a really bad roll. Hold on. What did you roll? What did you roll, Silly?
3. I was just looking at that. 3 negatives and a positive. So that was just a bad roll.
Yeah.
Spend that
Yeah,
last fate point. That's what
To
I
be
did.
fair, she got shot in the throat. It's a miracle
Well,
she
what
could get
about your
anything out.
roll? Your roll.
Do you
want
to spin that last fate point to re-roll?
I don't think it's worth it for that. She got shot in the throat, man.
You have right. Do it.
Besides, there are far more things I think we should put that toward.
Oh, Jesus.
Like that, for
Okay.
example. That I
Okay.
think is a far better place to put that toward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have one free invoke on them, so that brings it up to a 0, right?
I have my Jeanette Whisperer that can take it to 0, and then...
There is an
2.
option. There's one other option. There's a sacrifice. Somebody can take themselves out of this conflict in order to dictate how the race ends, but you're taken out. And that means we're looking at car accident. One of you all can sacrifice yourselves to decide how this race ends in your favor.
Is that everyone can make this decision?
Somebody can always do the heroic sacrifice, but it will.
Okay.
It's an option from Fate of Cthulhu, as a matter of fact.
Okay. So is this option that you're just out of the
something
conflict?
like you're gonna like hit a
Major
tree?
consequence or something?
Yeah, you're gonna get a consequence. Yeah.
Okay, let me beg this question.
Mm-hmm.
Would that entail all parties? For example,
Mm-hmm.
if someone were to do something as, say, perhaps let go and like push the person driving and just like kind of tumble off of a bike,
You are not going to inside out me. You are not going to do that. You are there's no way.
No, because the reason why I was asking so hard is what I would like to do is that I shoot the dude in the eye, and then I hang out the door, and I'm trying to aim for the. I'm going to try to aim for the tire, and I'd like to say I hit it, but not before the driver pulls out his own gun.
Okay.
And shoots me.
Yes.
And I'm going to hang over. The door, and I'm going to sacrifice myself on this one, so that way basically the tire gets blown, the car doesn't make it, but Charlie is actually okay and can continue driving. Everyone's good. That's the decision. It's done.
And so it is done.
We do have the invoke on the door. We could
we could
let them get there. We just have to get there. If we don't get there around late, we could.
It's done.
Oh, buddy.
Oh man.
Tango, describe.
Yeah, I'm taking a bullet.
Describe the severe consequence you get and how you stop this van.
So I take a careful shot, and actually, here's what's going to happen. The shot hits me first. And it's this slow motion moment where there's the cellos and whatever, because he sees like he's putting the gun out in front of him. And he's just doing that number where he's trying to find.
And you're gonna hit the driver, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the bullet hits him first. And I want to say. I mean, it's got to hit him pretty close to the chest. And he just like backs out, right? But he's still in the window, and he just lines up, and he just goes. And in a moment of clarity, he just takes the shot, and then he just drops his gun over the car as it's still going too, and just hangs over.
As you get shot.
And by the way, you see as the van starts to get behind him, he's just gonna laugh, like his eyes are still open, he's kind of bleeding out of his mouth, and he's gonna be like, I think I did something good, as he closes his eyes
In all his darkness.
And
Charlie, who I imagine you actually had to lean across her, right? Like there's like this sort of get that shot.
Because she was trying to get for the wheel, and I was out there trying to shoot. And it was really cool, but then I did get shot.
And before you can fall out of the car onto the fast pavement, her hand grabs your banana shirt collar, right? As you are out and bleeding. And the driver is shot through the head. Just clean. And the van careens out to the side. And it starts to sort of like flip.
And we also created our supervillain, right?
Yeah, because he is going to concede. He's going to try to escape at this point in time. And they are out. They are out of this. The race is done for them.
Capper.
And the van is sort of like split over on the side. And you two, Sylvia and Oscar, you pull up right in, like, and this happens right in front of the apartment. And you pull up, and Sylvia, you see Tango.
I'm sprawled out over the actual window, bleeding all over the window, and
it's blood everywhere. Do it.
We spend a fate point to declare a story aspect that Hannah is nearby.
You have one fate point left?
We have one fate point left. This is the time.
I feel that this is the time.
Okay. This is
Our dear Tango could use it.
This is a level 6 consequence, right? This is severe consequence. She's going to try really hard to save him.
So Sylvie, I guess, before the bike even comes to a stop, is gonna like jump off and come over, and she's gonna try and scream, but she can't. So all you hear is like this, just like
croak,
choking. You know, and she's gonna run over and like be grabbing at him, and like there's just blood getting everywhere, and she's gonna like try and pull him off the window and like kind of get him on the ground and stuff.
And yeah, we need a title, everybody. Silent screams. Oh, that's brilliant. And Charlie is holding him.
Silent scream.
So that he doesn't, because
I love it.
I think that Tango was in danger of falling out of the car, right?
Oh yeah,
and
I really was.
and she was right. Yeah.
Like it hurt me, and then I just overcorrected, and as I overcorrected and shot, I was moving over towards the car. Yeah.
Oh, this can't be happening. Charlie, do something about it.
Point is gone. You are out of fate points.
Charlie, fix it.
Hannah is coming up short. She's like right there, and she sees this wreck. Would Bricktops like a fate point?
Can I? Who's over me right now? By the way,
Charlie, Sylvie, and Hannah's on her way. She's coming down the street carrying this bicycle.
I want to.
Can Oscar like ride to Hannah and literally like just get her on the back of the bike and swing it around and get her there faster?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he would do then.
Mm-hmm. So you asked for a reason? Good Tango?
I was gonna do one of those really, really cheesy things where you whisper something.
Do it.
Kind of thing.
It's Charlie and Sylvie right there, and they're on their way. Also, would you like a fate point?
Would I like a fate point?
Would you all, as a group, like a fate point?
I was like, I am.
No.
For what?
For the police coming and you'll have to leave. You can take him with you, but you have to get out now.
And like, Hannah too.
Yeah, you have to go. Like, you cannot stay in this space.
And Hannah would have a fate point to use, y'all, to save Tango. Technically, the goal was just to make. Well, y'all don't know that though, but the people that were clearly,
Well, from Tango's perspective, it felt like Regina was in danger.
Yep, that's right.
And at this place, essentially. And that's why Tango was there. And that's why Tango and Charlie are there.
That's right.
So everyone's there meeting up, but no one knows why they're there yet, because no one's talked to each other.
Except they just know that Regina's in trouble. But I will give you a fate point if you all have to skedaddle out of here because the police are on their way and you cannot be here when they arrive.
And having that fate point would be good.
But that does mean a couple of things. That means, A, you don't know what happens to Mark Calvé. And B, you don't know what's going on in that apartment. But no one's gotten there yet.
But nobody's gotten there yet.
That's correct.
They do have the extra defensiveness at the door.
They do.
And the kneecapper has a hole in his eyeball. So
that is also true.
He's so many holes today.
Yes,
yeah, he's probably not going to just be wandering around in the streets.
So I'm going to whisper in Charlie's ear, by the way.
Oh.
I'm just going to say, save my friend, Gina. Save her. Protect Sylvie from Oscar. Watch him. And then he's going to, his eyes will flutter out.
Okay. Do you want the fate point, yes or no? Y'all.
Yes.
Just can I argue
Yes.
that he just set up a major troubled problem within our own selves?
Yes,
Can
yes.
we bypass that having to
And if it's self-compel?
It's a self-compel at that point.
I feel that was a pretty major self-compel.
That was a super major self-compel. We still get a fate
Yep.
point for it.
Yep.
And they get out of there before the cops arrive.
Yep. That is
that's a big old self-compel.
That is a self-compel.
There's a little drama going on now.
And I think what ends up happening is that we have this body, blood everywhere, and Hannah sort of gets there with Oscar, and she's like, "Get him in the car," right? And so they quickly move him into the car, and right so that they can sort of take off, get out of there, and you have Sylvie, Oscar, and Charlie in the street with the motorbike as those other three drive off. And there are sirens coming, and it's just those three people, Sylvie, Charlie, and Oscar. I need to know what y'all are going to do.
Trooper, are you rolling for Hannah to save.
Yeah. That's a 3, which is not a good roll for her. I need a 6 to stabilize him. But I actually believe that I have combat medic, which gives me a +2, and if I use my fate point.
I was gonna say, and she's a trustworthy doctor, right?
Yes, she is.
And that's an aspect on Tango.
Yes. So I believe actually she has her stunt allows her to do better doing basically sort of combat medicine. Like if we're in the middle of triage. Yeah. So that'll be enough to make it so that you do not die, Tango. She's in the back of the car and she's like stitching you up, right? With blood everywhere in the back of this car. And it's not easy. It's like basically like when conditions are bad, she's at her best, right? As a doctor. And she is stitching up like your wound. She's like, we have to get you out of here. And she says, I think he'll live. We need blood, right? So like, she's like, I know where to go. And she's going to sort of head you off. And he will live. It's not great for him. But those 3 are out in front of this apartment.
Sylvie's kind of just staring. Like she has Tango's blood all over her. And she's just kind of like staring at it. And probably still just like sitting on the ground.
Would you like a fate point?
For the cops to roll up? Or for what?
Chaos.
No.
Team chaos.
Say it, Dot. You got a thought.
I have a thought. What if we compel you?
Please, you can come if you like.
Find Calvé. Because he had stopped like further down the road, right? Where the accident is. Why would the cops be headed anywhere but the accident? They have no reason to be headed to this apartment. So if we spend our last fate point, right? Our last one, could we set it up where they have a little bit of time to get out of there on foot or however or something? Like, I don't know how that, but that's my thought.
Like, y'all can leave. Like, you just have to go. I just want to know if you leave right now because they're not here yet, the police.
I guess.
It's just
what was your offer for out of curiosity? For the people.
If you wanted, Charlie could attack Oscar right about now.
I feel like Oscar has control enough to be like, what's going on here? And I feel like that would clear a lot of things out of the air rather than having this happen later. So yes, I will take that fate point.
Really? Okay then. The police are on their way. It is just a moment of like they're not here yet, but it's just a moment of time before they get here.
Because this is going to have to come to light sooner or later. And
I don't understand. Why would they be headed to the apartment? Nothing has happened to the apartment for the
because you're right outside of the apartment. Like this accident happened right outside of the apartment.
I thought it happened like up the road and then they like.
Yeah, you're right. You're like you all got there, and so you're close. Now the police aren't going to go inside the apartment. They have no reason to go inside the apartment at all. But there's this accident here.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, in my head, I'm sorry, they were in 2 different places in my brain. But we could still set ourselves up with an advantage, y'all up with an advantage for this to slow them down because their focus is on the accident.
I mean, we could move to the other side of the building, and we would be in better.
It's just if you want a fate point. That's all.
I'll take a fate point for that.
Okay. The minute
either that or she's going to be just like creepily watching him and it's just going to be brewing under the surface.
No, she's going to attack him is what's going to happen.
No, I'm saying if she doesn't attack him right now, like, and I think right now when emotions are, like
emotions are high.
Reason for this. Well, there's a reason for this to be going on as opposed to just later on when she tries to shake him. So
she, after having Tango say this to her and hearing the sound coming out of Sylvie's throat, which she can't, it's this horrible sound. And then she sees Oscar and Oscar's the problem. She is going to turn and she's going to shoot him is what she's going to do. And she's going to just roll. A 3. It's a pistol. What would you like to do? She shoots at you. and she has the sound of Sylvie screaming in her ears. And Tango, who she hates, but she actually trusts him quite a lot at this point in time, told her that he was a danger.
As soon as she does that, Sylvie's going to get up and stand right in front of him, by the way.
Do you want to take his damage?
Yes.
No. Damn it. Hold on.
It's there's that question. You have to talk about it.
Well, I don't have to take his damage, but like if you have damage slots and you don't mind taking it, that's fine. But to avoid Charlie from doing further stuff, but
Mm-hmm. Do you want a fate point? I will give out a fate point for Sylvie to get shot by Charlie.
We're trying to spin them, Trooper. I've been trying.
I know.
Spin them, y'all. We have what, 3 now?
You have 1. You have 1.
We should. I'm just saying.
You have 1.
Would you like a fate point, Trooper?
I would love. Well, what for? Tell me. Give it to me. I'm ready.
Oscar sees it coming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he just turns and goes,
what impact would you like for that? Because if you're compelling me, then I got to have some negativeness coming out of that one.
dealer's choice.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. I will.
What have I done?
I will take it. I will give up one of my fate points for this. She turns and she shoots at him, and he. I'll give up on my fate points. There, and he takes it. He just takes it, and this is 5 shifts you have to take. Physical. Which I think is basically for you 3 stress and a mild, right? So it's actually it's not that bad of a wound. Oh no, you're haunted. You have to take a 4. You have to take a 4 because you're haunted.
Dramatically,
Wait,
it is
so how did the fate point
devastating.
to benefit him?
Well, what's it's I got to give it to him, right? So he gets shot, and
as soon as he gets shot, that's when she's gonna go in front of him, so that doesn't happen again.
She thinks she's killed him.
Charlie, what is wrong with you? What are you doing?
And she sees what she's done. And she just says, he's dead.
What are you doing?
And she runs. And when she runs, she turns a corner and you can hear the police officers and you see her, because you can just see her, you can't see them, you can see her, and she shoots up in the air. And the police officers start chasing her. And they do not come after you at all, which does mean because you didn't have to leave in that moment, I will say that fate point says that you know where Mark Calvé is. You know where he ran to. He escaped, right? But you can follow his blood trail. So you can track him down. So you, instead of him just getting away cleanly, you know where he is. The police are not going to come after you because they're after someone else. She will not get caught because I think that'll be part of the compel, but you are able to get out of that situation. And go ahead.
Sylvie's gonna try and call after her, but it's clearly not gonna sound good. And then she's gonna turn around and kind of go down and check on Oscar and see how he's doing.
He's unconscious.
Well, she's gonna do her best and try and get him over to the bike as best as she can.
The apartment's right there. Luke's apartment's right there.
Oh man, yeah. That's up some stairs.
It's true.
There's no way. Yeah, I mean, I guess no, they went. Yeah, I guess she'll go up there and she wouldn't have known.
I mean, you can drive him back. You can drive him back to where you figured where Hannah's going to be.
I feel like that would be safer. She does not want to get all this on Luke's mom and all this stuff. Like, she just doesn't want to do that. So yeah, if there's a way to get him situated and drive him back, that's what she's going to opt to do.
That compel of Greg's gives you all of that, right? So you get him back. You get him back. No problems. Hannah's going to have to work on him. I imagine you're in the basement of Bricktops.
Yeah, I mean, getting him back to also where Hannah is, I think, is most ideal.
And that compel for me is a good enough one. You know where Mark Calvé is hiding out, and he cannot escape that. You're able to get all yourselves back to that club safely in time. The police are not going to actually chase you all. And Charlie is tricky. She can avoid them in the long run. So you're going to get out of there. But let us finish where we began. Hannah and Luke arrive at his home the next morning.
You mean Regina?
Yes. Regina and Luke arrive at his home the next morning. And when you arrive, the street itself is empty. There's nobody there, really, except you see the van that you recognize as Mark Calvé's van. It's tipped over on its side. And you see blood all over the streets. A lot of blood. Something bad happened here last night, and you don't know what. And there's a knock. No, not a knock. Over at Bricktops, early that morning on Wednesday, with you all there, Hannah working all through the night to try and stabilize everyone and keep them safe. There's a key in the door as Regina and Luke stand outside of this apartment and see this blood and ponder what has happened. And the other group is in the basement, the hidden room in Bricktops. Some of them, some not. There is a key in the door, and in walks Jules and a pilot. And that is where we'll end the session. That's it. We're done. I would love for you all to tell me who you are, where we can find you, and you're burning. Give love to somebody. That's it. Let's start with Dot.
Hi, friends. I'm Dot. You can find me online, so Red Dot. I roll dice, play games, tell stories. That's what I do all over the place. Most notably right now, Stitch of Fate, which I'm excited to announce is getting a second season. Woo woo! And Kobold Press's channel as their current producer. Trooper and I will be playing in a game starting next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
My love,
That compel got you all out of there safely, all of you. You all got out of there safely, and you got his location.
There's a lot of love that I want to give to Tango for and Charlie, because I think that scene was really interesting and well performed. But there's something really awesome about Sylvie and Oscar on a bike, riding through the streets, like speeding through, and just like their grace in doing it. It's almost poetic in a strange way, and as much problems as it's gonna cause. I really liked it, and I thought it was a really interesting like way for them to work together and how they did that on the bike, which I thought was very, very cool.
Let's go to Sylvie.
Yes, I am Rocket Fox. I'm around hither, thither, every whither. I do game stuff, podcast stuff these days, which has been neat. That's relatively new. And
cool
yeah,
podcast.
You can find me anywhere that you look up Rocket Foxes. I will be there. And yeah, favorite moment.
Give some love to somebody.
Giving some love. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's so much love to be given here, as there always is. I'm going to give some love and a little bit of shade, because, God damn it, Tango, God damn it, you guy. Like, give me a freaking heart attack over here with that sacrifice business. If you're looking for a punch in the face, like, that's fine. That's fine. You know.
You have saved Luke's mom, Colette, and Hannah, and also Charlie. There was the possibility of a lot of them being dead, and that sacrifice. The sacrifice saved Luke's mom and Colette, and Oscar's sacrifice saved Charlie.
It was very good. It was well done. The scene was very well set. I'm gonna have to go weep into my cereal for like 3 hours after this. But to balance that out, when he earlier was playing the role of Oscar, that also made my life. So I guess that does vaguely balance that out in a positive way. So well done all around, sir.
Let's give it to Oscar next. That was a name that was mentioned.
Boy, I tell you what, after a session like this, Greg has behind the veil. There is like a crash of emotions, just like you get when you're on the stage, when you're in the theater. It just hits, and you're conflicted with. And I mean, I had a complete static discharge there when dealing with Charlie, because I had a couple things that I was planning to do before that were similar-esque, and it just seemed right because of everything that had happened to Oscar during the trip and everything. But you don't see that shit coming. You know, when you're playing a TTRPG, it's complete improv. So you have no idea where your character has become a beloved, or your PC friends, what's gonna happen. Tango gets shot in the chest. You don't see that coming. And as a player, you get to process that both as the puppeteer for your character and as the viewer fan that says, shit, I fucking like Tango. And then you're trying to deal and work with that. That's why I love playing TTRPGs, and I love playing with this cast and for you as a GM. Fantastic game, fantastic community. I love everything about this game, this genre, this position, this moment in time, these Friday nights that we spend together. And to throw love in this particular episode at anyone, it's extremely difficult, because I was moved by the sniper scene between Luke and Regina, and then throughout the chase. And the love I have is for Trooper tonight, because you brought us all together, my friend. We got JF coming back next week, which I'm ruining, but I think everybody knows about it. My love is for you, my friend, for creating a world that is heartbreaking and heartwarming. That's all I got.
Thank you. And I'm going to toss it to Stiver, who, there's that little known option that you can always self-sacrifice to end the conflict as you want. And I want to know, who are you? How can we find you and give some love? My unlikely leader, which is one of your aspects.
My name is James Stiver. You can find me at I am Stiver on Twitter, and Holy Stiver on Instagram if you just want to see a bunch of selfies or me next to a pond or pictures of ducks or something. I mean, I also take pictures of breakfast if you are interested in breakfast. I'm kind of an enthusiast. It's fine. Anyways, man, it was such a powerful episode, and it's really hard to nail down some things. And just to let everyone know, man, I saw a sacrifice. I was like, they just felt right. And sometimes as a player, you got to do things that feel right if you're in a dramatic game. And I felt like that's what, I don't know. I don't want to do the whole, like, that's my player would have done. That's what James wanted to happen, honestly. And if you look at all the miscommunication that's been going on, as much as he loved Oscar, to hear that phone call and to mimic being Oscar, it's like betrayal. It's like your lover, you know, having an affair on you or something, and you don't want to believe it, and then you get real upsetsy pants about it.
Stiver, I don't want to interrupt you, but this is the scene I want next week between you and me, friend. Tango
Mm-hmm.
and Oscar
Both sitting, by the way,
in
bloody
beds
out.
beside each
Yes.
other,
Right.
waking
Yes.
up,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
and that's
And
when that
having a-
shit's gonna happen.
And that's the way we need to start
Yep.
next, by the way. Next
because you'll
session,
both
we
be
got
in
to
the
start.
secret room together.
We'll be in a secret
Yep.
room in a bed where they've been patching us up. We were both on the brink of
Holding
death.
hands. It'll.
Oh, by the
Oh.
way, I got an epic success from Hannah. You're in recovery. That was not for you. You were already in recovery. She got you. But
Oh.
Oscar, you're in recovery as well. So you're both in recovery. She'll be working all night on you both. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say my love is going to have to go to. I really do think that Dot owned that scene.
Yeah.
Just owned it with a snipe, like just setting up an entire beautiful in the backdrop of all of our shit happening. Like they're out there basically having a camp out.
That's exactly
Like a-
what we do.
You know, they had like a camping trip where they like she's like, you know, she's like the father figure teaching him how to hold a gun and giving him life advice, you know, and it's just
It's true,
a
actually.
beautiful also, by the way, take on just how gender roles should have always been, where it doesn't matter who you are, that you can teach someone who wants to call himself a man, teach him how to shoot a gun, and he was listening and he was active and he was attentive, and just showed so much love she has for him, and it was just, and that she wants to teach him a skill that's going to keep him, give him some survivability, because let's face it, he's a soldier now.
Yeah.
And she's teaching him how to be a spy, and I'm here for this movie that they're creating.
And I will just say for the
buddy cop
record,
waiting to happen.
it's really true. I hadn't really put it in those words, but Regina is totally his dad, because he doesn't have a dad, right? Like he has a mom he
kind of murdered his dad, so
That happened. Yeah.
So there's a way in which Regina's his dad in this kind of interesting way, right?
Yeah, he didn't really have a dad before that, though. I mean,
No. And
Happy Father's Day, Luke should be the name of the title.
I like Silent Scream. So I am troopersjp. It is you can find me here or in Academic Foxhole. It has been amazing to be here. Thank you so much. I just have to tell you, we have 2 episodes left. That's it. We have JF next Friday is back. The driver with the pilot who's going to walk in on his friends in a state. And we have Regina outside of this apartment with a blood trail going to wherever Mark Calvé is going. And that is the fruit of those compels. And I'm going to tell you the week after that, I'm not going to spoil it, but I will say this. You want to be here for the finale. Yeah. You all want to be here for the finale. You want to be here. If you want to make season 3 more likely and more useful, I would say donate on Patreon. Join our Patreon. That helps. And that would be amazing. And I think that sort of do that, sort of join us in our spaces, hang out with us, and be care for each other, and give respect and love to these players who each and every single one of them tonight made really hard choices for their characters, and really, even when they didn't make hard choices, every single character here, every player really dug deep emotionally and really gave us elements of their character that we'd never seen before. Regina with Luke talking about the gun and violence, Tango and Charlie, the motorcycle ride between Oscar and Sylvie was so insanely intimate, and really heavy in this really interesting way, where like it's these scenes of their life. It's like such a and there was like this element of Sylvie we hadn't seen before, and this element of Oscar we hadn't seen before. It was just everyone did really, really intense work. So I want to thank them for it, and they're amazing. I will let you know that I do have a giveaway on the very last episode, by the way. It's the same thing that the cast is going to get, because I like to give my cast a present because I love them. So that's it. Go be free, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and we will catch you all next Friday. And, love everybody. Good night.